Good afternoon. I would like to call this virtual meeting of the Jersey City Planning Board to order. Today's Tuesday, July 28th, with a start time of 5:34 p.m. Can we all stand for the Pledge of the Allegiance? I pledge the allegiance
Allegiance to the
to the
flag
flag
of the
of the
United
United
States of
States
America
and
and
to
to
the
the
republic
republic
for
for
which
which
it
it stands,
stands,
one
one
nation,
nation,
under
under
God,
God,
indivisible,
indivisible, with
with
liberty
liberty and
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 justice
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 for all.
for
for
all.
all.
And God bless our troops.
Thank you. Can we, sunshine announcement, Cam?
Yes, Madam Chair. Good evening, everyone. Today is Tuesday, July 28th, and this is a Jersey City Planning Board meeting with a scheduled 5:30 p.m. start time. And in accordance with the Open Publics Meeting Act, notice of this meeting has been given to the city clerk and posted on the city bulletin and on the city website on July 23rd of this year. This meeting was also posted on the Jersey City Division of City Planning webpage, and all distribution materials made available to the board were published and made available to the public.
Thank you. Roll call?
All right. Commissioner Barnaby.
Here.
Commissioner Kaplan,
Here.
Commissioner Conway,
Here.
Commissioner Patel,
Here.
Commissioner Capers,
Here.
Commissioner Stamato,
Here.
Vice Chair Wick,
Here.
and Madam Chair Gangadin.
Here.
Okay, we have a quorum. We have 8 commissioners present.
Thank you. Can we swear in the staff?
I see Matt, Sophia, Ben. Do you guys swear any testimony you give tonight is going to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Cam, correspondence?
Yes, Madam Chair. First, we've just marked the sunshine announcement into evidence as B1. Oh, my blur. It's here. But correspondence starts under old business on page 7 of the agenda. Item C, case P 2025-0133. It's a preliminary and final major site plan with C variances. Address is 547 to 555 Summit Avenue. They've requested a carry with preservation of notice to August 11th.
Okay.
Then moving into new business. On page 10, item 18, case P 2025-0172. This is a minor site plan. Address is 219 Freeman Avenue. They are requesting to carry with, they don't need to preserve notice because they're a minor site plan, but they're requesting to carry to August 25th. Continuing on to page 12, item 22, case P 2025-0246. This is a preliminary and final major site plan with C variances. Address is 250 Fairmount Avenue. They've requested a carry with preservation of notice to August 25th. Next case, item 23, case P 2025-0253. This is a preliminary and final major site plan with C variances. Address is 1721 Kennedy Boulevard. They've requested a carry with preservation of notice to August 25th. And then the last 2 items requesting a carry are on page 13. Item 26, case P 23-043. This is a preliminary and final major site plan with C variances. Address is 300 Communipaw Avenue. They've requested a carry with preservation of notice to August 25th. And then lastly, item 27. Excuse me. This is case P 2025-0004. Address is 278 Pine Street. This is an administrative amendment, and they've requested a carry with preservation of notice to August 25th. And that, Madam Chair, concludes correspondence.
Thank you. I'd like to move on to old business. I would like to call case P 2026 0064, a 1-year extension. Property address is 405 Route 440.
Okay.
And for the record, I'd just like to announce that Councilperson Little is in attendance.
Good afternoon. How are you?
Good afternoon. Sorry I was 5 minutes late.
That's okay.
I'm good. How are you?
Good.
Okay, good evening, commissioners.
Good evening.
Rebecca Mariello, Connell Foley here on behalf of the applicant tonight. We're actually seeking a 2-year extension of preliminary and final site plan approval that we received originally under application number P20-022. So, by way of some background, this property is located at 405 Route 440. It's located adjacent to, there's an existing Target across the street right now, and it's also located across from the pending Bayfront development along the river. So this application was originally approved on October 27th of 2020. The applicant received preliminary and final site plan approval to construct an 8-story building with 150 residential units and 108 parking spaces. So the initial vesting period for this application, it originally ended on October 27th, 2022. So keep in mind, right, site plan approvals do not expire. Just any protections from changes in zoning can expire if the vesting period is not extended. So the original approval, the vesting period ended in October of 2022. And then the applicant sought a 3-year extension to extend the approvals from October of 2022 to October of 2025. That was under case number P2022-147. The planning board granted 3 1-year extensions. So as this board is aware, normally the applicant is entitled to 3 1-year extensions of the vesting period. But there are certain exceptions to that rule. So I'm going to quote the MLUL. So it's specifically under NJSA 40:55D-52E. The planning board may, within its discretion, grant additional extensions to the applicant if the board deems reasonable for certain projects that contain 100 or more residential units, by taking the following points into consideration: the number of units that a project has, economic conditions, and as well as the comprehensiveness of the development. So we're here to assert that this project qualifies for this additional extension, as it is an 8-story building with 158 units. And this development is very comprehensive because the original approval, as part of the comment letters that the applicant received from the JCMUA, this project is required to connect its sewer connections into the Bayfront development. So as many of you, I'm sure you are aware, the Bayfront development has not been constructed yet. The connections here are going to probably go along Kellogg Street, which is where this project is located near. And the infrastructure improvements along Kellogg Street have not commenced yet. Additionally, as part of the original project, this applicant is not allowed to pull construction permits until they get a highway access permit for the NJDOT in connection with this project. So because the Bayfront development, it's still pending, we're not able to connect into any existing infrastructure because it's not there as of today. We are respectfully requesting that this application falls within the MLUL under section 52E, and that this board may in its discretion grant additional extensions of the vesting period. So with that, we are requesting a 2-year extension, extending the vesting period from October 27th of 2025 to October 27th of 2027. And that is the crux of our application. If the board has any questions, I'm happy to answer.
Santa, would you like to validate that?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, council is correct. Under section E of subsection 52 of the MLUL, applicants meeting certain criteria can get the approval validated past the typical 3-year. And council is also correct with respect to site plan approvals and variances don't expire. Variances can expire if there's a sunset provision of the ordinance. It usually happens with use variances. We do not have any such situation here in the city. So it protects them from a change in the zoning. That's the protection that's sought. It's contemplated under the MLUL, I think, based on what I know of happening over in Bayfront, the fact that they have to tie into the infrastructure that's yet to be constructed. I think that would be grounds for the board to use its discretion and to grant that extension. I would add, it's unusual that applicants are willing to wait for other projects to come online. Usually they're pushing and telling the municipality, well, that becomes your problem and that becomes the other applicant's problem. I get to build my project. So I think they're in a situation where they need some other pieces to happen in order for them to move forward. And I would say that seems to be a proper exercise of the discretion of the board if the board so chooses. Again, it's discretionary. The board doesn't have to, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Commissioner Conaway, I see your hand is raised. You have a question?
Yeah, I just had a question. I was just wondering if there were any affordables that were going to be in this proposed development as far as the 504 Hudson.
Right. So there are no affordable housing units with this application, this approval. And I just want to make clear. So the original approval for this project under case P 20-022, there were 12 conditions of approval for that project. And many of those conditions of approval tie into all these issues that I previously discussed, that we have to connect to the Bayfront development sewer line. We have to get these access permits from the DOT before we could pull permits. So in that respect, that's why we're seeking this relief, because our hands are somewhat tied here due to the comment letters that we received from the JCMUA and city planning. But that being said, no, there are no affordable units in connection with this approval.
Thank
Okay,
you.
thank you.
Any other board comments? Hearing none, I would like to open for the public. Is there anyone from the public? Anyone from the public?
If there's no one from the public, I'd like to make a motion to close the public portion.
Second.
Public is closed. Matt Silver?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Not too much to add here. I think, as you know, council stated pretty clearly, like, the project was always envisioned to tie into likes of sewer and power and transportation infrastructure that are being furnished as part of the Bayfront development. And you know, I think staff agrees that they've made a pretty good case, and our council has affirmed that they've made a case under the law for an extension. Staff recommends approval. Staff
With all existing conditions.
With all existing conditions from previous approvals remaining in force. Yes.
Matthew, why wasn't affordable housing required here?
So I did not do the approvals here in 2020. So Matt, you might need to help me, but I don't think the zoning required it. The zoning here is the Waterfront Plan Development Zone District.
Yes, so the zoning did not require affordable housing back then. It does not require affordable housing now. So they could submit this as a brand new site plan, and they still would not be required to do affordable housing.
Mac, is it possible that we could ask for that? Ask them to make some of these units affordable?
I'm not sure there's a nexus here, but I defer to council.
Yes, Santo, what do you think?
So in connection with the approval sought tonight, it's for an extension of an existing application. The board can ask, they can't mandate it, and if it were to be rejected, the board's got to be cautioned that they cannot mandate affordable housing on this site.
Would there be a possibility, council, where we could ask for it, but just see what the reaction would be?
Sounds like you are asking. I
I
suspect
would
the
like to
answer is
ask.
at this junction, no. So, I wouldn't let that factor into whether or not you want to exercise your discretion for the vesting period. Understanding that if you do not grant the extension from the change in zoning, the approval is still valid.
Santo, can you advise if the board were to be interested in mandating affordable housing, is there a different process, such as updating the zoning requirements for an area as opposed to doing it on a site like this basis?
It's a council, right, governing body decision. The governing body has to determine the requirement of affordable housing in the city. This site is not subject to affordable housing.
All right.
Yeah, this site, the zoning does not require affordable housing. This staff opinion that it isn't really within
And Santa,
board's
correct me if I'm
capacity.
wrong, if it's something that the city council would like to look into doing that, they would take it to the planning department to study that as well. Is that
To study whether or not they want
to change the zoning for affordable, to include affordable housing?
So they would introduce the answer is they would introduce an ordinance with respect to affordable housing, however, wherever in the city or across the entire city, and then it would come to this board for the review in conjunction with the master plan. You'd make your recommendations, and it would go back to city council, the only body in the city that can actually pass legislation, pass ordinances, and bind all of the boards.
Thank you for that explanation. At this time, I would like to entertain a motion.
I would like to make a motion to approve case P 2026-0064 as presented to the board with all existing conditions in place.
Second it.
Vice Chair Wick,
Aye.
Commissioner Stamato,
Aye.
Commissioner Kaplan,
Aye.
Commissioner Capers,
Aye.
Commissioner Conway,
No.
Commissioner Barnaby,
No.
Commissioner Patel,
Aye.
Councilwoman Little,
Aye.
and Chair Gangadine.
Aye.
Motion carries. I believe that's 5 in favor, 2 against. I want to make sure I got the count
Okay.
correct. Yeah. So the motion does carry
Yes.
with Commissioner Barnaby and Commissioner Capers voting against.
So that's 6 and 2.
6 and 2, correct.
Okay.
Commissioner Conaway voting against.
And Kamanaway, 6 and 3. Excuse me, 5 and 3.
Okay.
My apologies.
Wait, sorry, who was?
6-2.
Yeah, it was
6-2.
6-2.
Yeah, 6 and 2.
Commissioner Conaway and Commissioner Barnaby.
Barnaby.
voted against.
Correct.
Thank you, Rebecca.
Thank you, everyone. Have a good evening.
You too. I'd like to call case B 2025-0106. The address is 342 Johnston Avenue. It's a preliminary and final major site plan amendments. Tom Lean. And for the record, this case has been called in March 24, 2026. And the commissioners present were Vice Chair Elizabeth Wick, Commissioner Pat Stamato, Commissioner Bhavin Patel, Commissioner Andrew Kaplan, and myself. So I'd like to ask Commissioner Capers, Commissioner Connolly, and Commissioner Barnaby, and Councilman Little if they had read the transcript or watched the video.
I have.
Yes.
I have.
Okay. Commissioner Little? Councilwoman Little, sorry.
Sorry, I was having trouble opening my Zoom. I am pretty sure I read this last time it was on the agenda, but I am just going to can I just open the document real quick and confirm that I have reviewed it?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. I'll recognize it. Okay, yes, I have reviewed it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Mr. Lean, and then we'll mark the notice.
Good evening, commissioners. Tom Lean of Connell Foley here on behalf of the applicant. We did previously notice for when we were heard before the board on May 24th. We did issue a new notice given the fact that this is on Zoom. That was uploaded to the portal yesterday, and I just want to confirm that council is in receipt.
Thank you, Mr. Lean. I haven't received the affidavit of publication proof of mailing with respect to the application at 342 Johnson Avenue here in the city. It does appear to be in order. We're going to mark it A1 for purpose of the record.
Thank you. Just to give the board a little bit of history here, this is a project located in the Lafayette Park redevelopment plan. It was initially approved back in 2020. It's been through a number of amendments. The building is almost completed, and my client is seeking a TCO soon. We came before this board asking for some amendments to the ground floor to accommodate some additional retail space based on a tenant that we had entered into a lease with. At that time, we showed a picture to the board that showed one of the original windows that had been approved by the board had been changed to a second means of ingress and egress. That was required by code to accommodate the proposed retail space that we had in the building. Admittedly, it was not approved by the board, and the prior chairman of the board basically bounced us at that time and asked us to deal with city planning and wanted to move on given the conditions on the ground. We do offer an apology to the board. The construction that was done to replace that window was done in response to the fact that there was some inclement weather that was coming earlier in the year. Instead of putting in the window, my client replaced it with the door that they were going to ask for approval from of this board. He shouldn't have done it. He knows that that was incorrect, and we apologize greatly. However, we do believe that this is a great project that does fulfill the requirements of the redevelopment plan. Just to give you a little bit of background, it's an 8-story building with 55 units. 9 of those units are affordable. We are also providing a resiliency space in the building, which can be utilized by the community when there is an emergency, such as a hurricane or flash flooding. Since we have been before the board, the Office of Emergency Management has actually been out to the site. They are very pleased with what we are delivering to them. We are currently in the process of negotiating an agreement with the city that allows access to the public to that site. And despite us going against what the board had previously approved, we do believe what the project is delivering is a net positive. So we do apologize, but I'm going to let Rich Garber just run through the changes that we're requesting besides that change to the door, which are things that my client has not built into the building yet. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Rich Garber.
Hey, Rich, I'll swear you in. You swear any testimony you give tonight is going to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
For the record, can you state and spell your name?
Sure. It's Richard Garber, Garber.
Thank you.
Mr. Garber, is your license current and in good standing?
It is renewed every July 31st. Yes.
Which is coming up pretty soon. You're qualified.
I've done it already. Yes.
Thank you.
Nice to see everyone. My apologies also. Tom had spoken to you all. We were before the board thinking that this would be an easy touch base for this project back in May. And it does turn out that the former chair was doing his job and had gone past the building or something like that and saw that there was some modest construction. And it was modest, truthfully, that was done that shouldn't have been done. We're very happy with this building. We've been before the board. I think I was first before the board with this on 2017. So it's been a number of years. And we are almost there. The building is nearly built. Previously, this building was applauded by this board, called Beacon, bringing some very much needed housing and affordable housing to what is a kind of gateway block, Johnston to the park right off Pacific, as you know. And this is the old, for those that remember, the old U-Haul station that was around when we were all much younger, that existed there as a vacant lot. And now this building is about 95% complete. Just to give, because there's some new board members, just giving you a little bit of background. So this is the corner of Johnston right off Pacific. It's about a 9,500 square foot lot. Again, it was formerly a U-Haul site. And it is, as Mr. Lean had suggested, in a fairly interesting but small redevelopment area called Lafayette Park. And Lafayette Park, the history of this was that it was really seriously flooded during Hurricane Sandy. It's lowland. And one of the interesting things that was written into this redevelopment plan is that there is a trade on density and height that the developer can opt to take in exchange for both affordable housing, which we've already spoken about, as well as a 400 square foot resiliency space. And when Mr. Lean was talking about the OEM folks, these are the folks that we've been engaging. So just to give everyone a heads up and you see what the difference is, I have here listed the approved resolution on your left and the current submission on your right. You see that the number of units have not changed, still 55 units, 9 affordable, with 3 studios remaining. Now we have and 28 1-bedrooms with 6 affordable and 24 2s, 3 affordable. So no changes there.
Rich, I'm 1 second. I'm sorry. I don't know if it's just me. I'm not seeing any of the information.
Yeah, Rich, I only saw the picture of the front of the building.
Hold on. Oh, my screen is paused for some reason. How did that happen? 1 second. Let me just share again. 1 second. Sorry about that. Okay, can you see?
Yes, now.
Okay. Yeah, apologies about that. I don't know what just happened. So no change in the number of units or the breakdown of units. And you can see here 3 studios, 28 1-bedrooms with 6 affordable and 24 2-bedrooms with 3 affordable. So a very kind of integrated mix of units we find. We have decreased the number of parking spaces from 14 to 12. And we'll show you why in a second. And that has to do with the leasable space for a tenant. And I would posit that ground floor retail is really, really critical in this part of town. And you'll see that in the site plan. And because of that, what we are doing is we're picking up nominally 200 square feet of commercial space. We go from 2289 to 2476. The total gross unit area has not changed. It's actually gone up a little bit through some minor modest changes in the upper floors that are de minimis. We do have that 400 square foot resiliency space, and then we have decreased the bike parking to 30 bike parking. We were at 1-to-1, and we decreased it. 0.5 is the requisite, so we're a little bit over 0.5. So no variance is created, even though we have gone down in parking and gone down a little bit in bike storage as well.
Mr. Lean, do we have to mark this?
I believe we're going to Rich, this is from the prior approval?
So this was, yes, Mr. Olampi, this was marked prior in May, but we could mark it again. I did put a new date on it if you'd like.
Yes, let's remark it as A2.
Okay.
Okay.
Since we remarked the notice as A1 for tonight.
And so calling your attention from that previous list, the bike parking has gone down, as has the 2 off-street parking spaces. However, no variances are created. We were compliant. We had a little bit beyond compliance, and now we are compliant. So what does that look like? The main thing here is the ground floor, and I'll go through all the plans for everyone, but the ground floor is the one that has most significantly changed. And what you notice is that the lobby area is still this kind of sort of sideways H shape. The lobby is actually in between there. That's located on Whiten Street, and then we have the circulation around it. And then the green area is the expansion of commercial space. And
I'm sorry, can you zoom in?
And I zoom in. I have a plan that I can show. I can zoom. Let me explain the changes, and then I have a plan that I can show you that is zoomed in so you understand. But the big picture, what I want everyone to understand, and hopefully you've all been on Johnston. Johnston is really a block that really deserves and frankly begs for, in some ways, retail space. And by expanding the retail footprint, and you can just see that in the green shade here, the left is what's approved, to the right, which is what is proposed, we can accommodate a restaurant with a sort of open kitchen, which is very popular now with restaurant tenants. And so this, and it doesn't have to be a restaurant, by the way, but it is really kind of catering to that. And I'll zoom in, sir, on this plan in 1 second. The upper floors really don't change. I'll go through them quickly. The gray areas in the plan are the affordable units. So you can see there were some on the lower floors, and then we have the upper floors. And then a nice roof deck. And then going back to that ground floor plan one more second. So the one other thing I wanted to mention, and you can see sort of on the lower left-hand corner of the proposed plan, we do have a new not emergency, but an egress path for a second stair that comes down. That is where that door was built during the snowstorm, as Mr. Lean had suggested. And again, the owner should not have done that. We were actually not aware of it when we came, and Mr. Langston actually called it out, and I'm glad he did. So moving through, I'll just go to that plan, and then the elevations, again, I'll go to the ground floor in a second. So to show you the plans, excuse me, I'm just out of context here. 1 second, please. To show you the ground floor plan in particular, let me just show this. Yeah, 1 second.
Could you zoom in a little bit? I'm having difficulty seeing this.
Yeah, I'm just trying to do that. 1 second. For some reason, I'm not looking at doing this properly. 1 second, please.
Sure.
Yeah, okay, there it is. Sorry about that. I'm having problems with my PowerPoint tonight. So this is the proposed first floor plan. And so now this one, you should be able to see fairly clearly the residential lobby still at Whiten Street. And you can see this red triangle here. This is the entry.
Can you zoom further in on that, Rich?
Sure. So residential lobby, is that better? Okay.
Yeah.
The residential sorry, I have a big monitor here, so I don't know what you see. Residential lobby is still on Whiten Street. The vehicular drive aisle is still on Whiten Street, and you can see that here with these larger arrows. Up at the top, we have a transformer vault that was required by PSE&G. And then if I scroll down, you see this green space, which is the commercial space. And so now what we've done is we've taken the bike space from next to the trash room, and we've given that back to the commercial space and put the bike room back in the parking area here behind the transformer vault. So that's the large change that's happened here. And that was all to try to make this commercial space more marketable to a restaurant tenant. And then you can see, because we moved the bike parking and had to redo the a little bit of the ground floor, we then created, if you could see my hand here, a small emergency egress corridor on the western side of the building that is only for outgoing. If we're in the case of an emergency, that would move past through a fire rated wall, past beyond the commercial space. And this is the door, as Mr. Lean said, that was built without this board's approval. We think that the changes, I'm going to zoom out now, are good changes. I want to reiterate that we're not in any way creating new variances. All the parking still works. We are meeting the parking requirement, which is by a bedroom count, and we've expanded that commercial footprint a little bit as well. And then the upper floor plans, again, I can just kind of take you through those. I took you through those briefly, but we are showing, we've color coded and worked out with the affordable housing folks, the units that will be affordable and so forth. And I had gone through that in the list. I next want to draw your attention to the resiliency space. So this is a copy of a letter that I wrote to the Deputy Director of the Office of Emergency Management. And I wrote this letter on May 19th of this year to Mr. Martin Valenti. And it basically talks about how it captures a meeting that we had with OEM where they came to the site on March 14th, and we walked through. And I want to also kind of mention that in addition to this project, which is nearly completed, the owner has another project on Whiten Street that is under construction, and then another project on Pacific that we've had some initial discussions with the planning department on, no formal application yet. And all of those are subject to this redevelopment plan and have resiliency spaces. So we were talking about all three of them and how they might work together. But this letter specifically memorializes how we will use that resiliency space at 342 Johnston. And you can see that the space, I'll just read from my letter you see here. I can zoom in on this one also if you'd like, 1 second. The space is designed as a climate controlled refuge to keep individuals warm or cool during extended power outages or severe weather events. It will feature integrated charging stations for phones, provided by wall-mounted power strips to maintain vital communication lines. A schedule of items, including flashlights, blankets, chairs, and tables, and a first aid station are listed on a drawing that I will show you next. And we went through this and walked with Mr. Valenti. We have an occupancy load of 26 people, and that's per an IBC calculation. And then I listed something about the other addresses that I had just mentioned before. Next is the resiliency space. Now, this is in our floor plans as such, and this just lays out how that resiliency space will be used. It's required to be a minimum of 400 feet, 400 square feet. And you can see here we have, and the contents were worked out with OEM, right? So the schedule of items are here. We have cabinets, we have charging strips, we have a medical grade refrigerator, we have a series of lanterns or flashlights, emergency Mylar blankets, folding chairs, folding tables, hand sanitizer, a series of wall cabinets, a wall-mounted first aid station, and then potable water, which will be in, the plastic, containers. And they lay out like this. And so you enter the space, there's folding tables, there's a series of chairs, a waiting room, there's the cabinets, the refrigerator, and so forth. And the way that OEM thought that they would use this is actually for intake, right? So this is probably not going to be a building where, 50 people or 100 people in the event of a serious emergency would be housed, right? That's not what this is for. But they would use this as a point of entry, intake for the neighborhood should the neighborhood flood. And OEM would then move people from this location to a school or something like that where people could actually be housed in the event of an emergency. And so Mr. Valenti and his team were extremely happy with this. They said that they could really use this, and there had been a little bit of wonder about how these spaces, which were always written into this redevelopment plan, would be used. And I'm happy to say that we I think are the first to actually figure this out and memorialize it. So we're excited about this, and we're happy that the building can serve this. And then this is just an email that I also have in the presentation. This was received on Wednesday, May 20th of this year, a couple of months ago, written by Greg Kearse, who is the director of the Department of Public Safety and the Office of Emergency Management and Homeland Security. And he writes, as you can see here, one sentence: Marty, I have reviewed the proposed location and approve its use by this office. So through this communication and coordination, we were able to find a way to work with OEM. And again, we're super excited about that. We do think that this is an important public give back aspect of this building, and hopefully a couple of others that we're working on as well within this redevelopment plan to serve the broader community. So that's important to us. And then finally, this is a snap that I did take of the portions of the building that are built properly and per plan, by the way. This is on the Whiten Street elevation, and I just wanted to show you the level of detail of some of the brickwork and the metal panel. We were and have been very actively on this site and have had a pretty good understanding of what's been going on through construction. That door we talked about a few minutes ago, notwithstanding. And do think that the building is going to do everything that it's supposed to. And with that, I hope you will find it appropriate to approve these modest changes to the ground floor, and hopefully can also get behind the good work that I think we've done with OEM and approve this building so we can move forward with the certificate of occupancy. Thank you.
Thank you, Rich. I have no other witnesses. As Mr. Garber said, listen, we obviously our client apologizes. This board never likes us to come and ask for approval for something that, was already built. It was a small portion of what we were asking for. We do again apologize, but we do believe the project is going to deliver some great benefits to the community, including the affordable housing and the resiliency room. And we just asked the board to take the totality of the work that's been done here into consideration in approving this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. I see Commissioner Stamato.
Yes, Madam Chair, I have a couple of questions. Rich, would your people be interested in approving like a weather station, not a large unit. It's not a large unit, but basically give us necessary information when it comes for, I don't know if Marty brought that up to you at all. There is a number of locations that we're looking throughout the city. And the area that you're in right now would be perfect, especially with the height of the building. And if there was possibility of putting up a small type of repeaters type of antenna on top of the building. Both units would be out of sight, out of way, no more than maybe 4 or 5 feet high, someplace up on the top of the roof area of the building.
So, Commissioner Stamato, before I agree to that, I have to ask, would we have to come back to your board for that?
I don't think so.
I think we'd be
height requirements.
Right. I think we'd be happy to entertain that. If you could send us the information through Mr. Lean, I'm happy to review it with the client.
Have Marty. I'll reach out to Marty, let him handle it, because meaning he's part of the OEM. Now, I do have another question for you. Can we go down to the basement to the garbage scenario, the trash?
Sure. On the ground floor, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Oh, sorry. 1 second.
Now, you're how many stories?
Sorry, 1 second. We are a total of 8 stories.
8 stories, okay.
Yep.
And so can you explain how the garbage and the recycling, most important thing, how that is going to get down to that room area?
Sure, I'm glad you asked that. So if you look on the individual plans, and I have here our proposed second floor plan, and I didn't talk about this because this was something that we had been brought up before. On every floor, we have a dedicated trash room with a compactor and a chute.
Okay.
And so there's local storage on every floor for recycling, as well as the trash chute. We actually worked with a company on that compactor, and believe it or not, and this was from another hearing, but that trash room grew a little bit to make room for a piece of equipment that we are sure has been installed properly and works with the magnitude of occupants in this building. And so all they have to do is walk to the end of their hallway and they can dump their trash. It's compacted. Recycling is stored. And there is, a management company, an employee that comes around and will also help with the removal of recycling. Back on the ground floor, it is.
I need you to zoom in, Rich.
Yeah, it is taken from, if you could see, it's taken from the trash room out through the garage. And then on the garage, they will basically just open the garage door and bring it out for collection right in the driveway.
This will be done privately, private collection?
Private hauler for a building
Correct.
this size, sir, yes.
Yes.
Okay. Just go back to show me how it's going from the trash room out to the garage area. That's where it gets a little confusing.
Yeah, so here's the trash room. So you have a double door here that is operable, and you basically move through the path of travel of the open space that's required for the ADA parking. And so this is an 8-foot dedicated space that'll never be blocked, and you move right through there and right out the garage for the private.
No interference with a bike room or anything like that, right?
No interference. Nope, the bike room is up on the other side. Yeah, we've worked that out.
I just want to remind everyone, all the commissioners, the board, that this application has been approved. It's had a hearing, and this is for the Korean barbecue kitchen that they've retrofitted the site to accommodate, adding an exhaust and a chimney in a bigger retail space, which has caused the loss of parking. Nothing else about this project is changing. It's been approved. So I just wanted to remind the board that this is
Cameron, the only reason why I'm bringing it up is because exactly for what you just said. You're putting in a commercial kitchen, and that area is very low bound, and I'm just concerned about type of rodents, things of that nature, especially when you're dealing with food.
Okay. Just reminding, it's for Korean barbecue.
Just curious. First time I was hearing about the commercial kitchen outdoor. I have nothing against it. I'm just curious to see how it's going to move, what the flow is, and that's where I'm coming from.
Okay. Thank you.
Richard, Mr. Gerber, I just want to refresh my memory in regards to the 9 affordable units, where they're located.
Sure. So I'll just go back to the and just to show you that there is parity. They are not, and this was already determined with the affordable housing folks, and Mr. Lean can speak to that.
Yes.
So you could see that we have not changed the locations at all of those units. So there are a series of 4 proposed on the second floor. There are a series of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 proposed on the 3rd and 5th floors. And that's how we get to the number. So these are disseminated through the building, and they some of them have faced the rear yard, some of them face Whiteman Street.
Okay, and the build out is the same as all the other units as well. Okay.
Absolutely required to be so. Yes.
Thank you, Commissioner Kaplan.
Just quickly before, I just want to say we actually have entered into the affordable housing agreement here. It's not pending. These are already within the agreement, which has been recorded. So these have been dealt with the Office of Affordable Housing.
Thank you, Mr. Wayne. Commissioner Kaplan?
Thanks, Madam Chair. I guess my question is related specifically on the ground floor where you're moving the bike room. Can you just clarify the number of bike spaces in the originally approved application, and then any amendments that have been approved and then the current proposal before the board in terms of the number of bike spaces?
Let me just go back to that slide and share again, just to make sure that everyone saw this, because I did read through this before. So if you see, we originally had proposed 55 bike spaces. That's 1-to-1. And part of the reason why we had that is we had some additional space. You know, we weren't maximizing the retail space, and we had that extra space, and so we gave it to the bike room. When different restaurant tenants, as Cam had noted, came, they said, we need a larger space, we want to have an open kitchen, this kind of thing. And that required us to rethink the location of that bike room. One of the things that we had to do was decrease the amount of bike parking, not creating a variance condition. The bike parking per the LDO is 0.5-to-1. So that would be 28 units, right? Basically. And at this point, we are proposing 30 bike parking, if I'm not mistaken. Where did I write that? Yeah, 30 bike parking. So we are still above that 0.5 threshold. And then that bike parking is, just to kind of be clear to everyone, and I kind of had this up before, back next to the, sorry, I try to zoom, back next to the transformer room, which is here. And so you see that we have bike parking for 30 bikes. And in our construction drawings, we have the bike racks that hang said bikes that have been reviewed and approved by the Office of the Construction Code official.
Perfect. I was just going to ask, is the same device to affix the bike to the wall as what was previously approved?
Correct.
And then I guess my only question is, would you be amenable due to the reduction in bike parking? I understand it doesn't create a variance condition, but to install bike racks outside of the building on the sidewalk for public use or your residents?
I mean, as long as something like that doesn't require a franchise or something of that nature, I'm sure we can speak to the client about that.
Okay. I think there's a city standard, but, you know, thank you.
Sure.
That's my only question.
Thank you.
Councilperson Little.
Yes, thank you so much for this presentation. The case description on the portal and on the agenda, it states that the retail space is increasing from 1 commercial tenant to 3. But this is, it looks like you're just enlarging the commercial space, and it's all going to be Korean barbecue.
I think that's carried over from previous comments that I had made in other presentations, which is that the commercial space and the location of doors on said commercial space allows it to be subdivided to a total number of 3 smaller commercial spaces. It probably will be, as Mr. Lean has said and Cameron has suggested, ultimately it will go to 1 restaurant tenant, but it was always important, given the not great state of retail spaces in the city, and all you have to do is walk down the street and see that we wanted to be as flexible as possible. So in reserving the right to subdivide in up to 3 spaces, which would be appropriate for a small newsstand or something like that, I think that I put that on the record at some point in the past. And that should still be on the record. We should still be able to subdivide it that much, but I think the current goal is to actually get that 1 tenant in there with the open kitchen, as has been discussed.
Okay, thank you for the clarification. If the idea is that like it could feasibly be subdivided into 3 spaces, I just want to note that it looks like there's only 2 doors and 2 bathrooms.
No, there's a 3rd door. So right now there are 2 bathrooms. So what you're bringing up, ma'am, is perfectly legitimate, but keep in mind that this is governed by code, not zoning or planning. And so I just do want to point out there are 3 entrances. There are 2 entrances now because this became a gas meter. That was another change. That was PSE&G kind of frankly forcing our hand. So at this point, with the 2 entrances, this would be subdividable into 2 spaces as is. If we wanted to turn it into 3, assuming we get this approval, we would have to come back to you to put another door in, by the way. But I think that we're comfortable with this as is. But again, given the state of retail tenancies in the city, I think it's always better to have more flexibility as opposed to less, and that's how we advise our clients. But as shown, this is one commercial space with 2 doors and 2 unisex bathrooms. And so as such, it could be divided into 2 if we wanted to. And if we wanted to divide it into 3, we would have to come back and get a 3rd door in here somewhere, probably on Whiten Street.
Mr.
Thank
Lee,
you.
is
That
it-
was
Go
my
ahead, Councilperson.
Oh, sorry. I was just saying that was actually my next question was for you, Santo. Was if the description says 3, and the agenda says 3, do we need to amend that given that it could only be subdivided into 2 currently?
So I'm not concerned about what the agenda says in the description. The application is what it is for. My question to Mr. Lean generally is it not being proposed as one commercial space, and is it not being proposed as a restaurant space? And I only asked that question because I thought that was what the intent was. There was either negotiation and possibly even an executed lease, which has caused this component to come into the fold. Regardless of all of that, internal outfitting, as long as commercial space is permitted under the redevelopment plan, which it is, the way the space is divided, the number of different commercial spaces, then you get into code compliance in terms of how many doors you need, how many bathrooms you need, et cetera, et cetera. That's depending on the internal will be dealt with in the building department if and when something like that were to happen, whether it is a year in the future, 2 years in the future. But Mr. Lean, am I wrong in the intent and the reason for the amendment is because it's going to be a restaurant consuming the entire commercial space?
So let me just address one thing, and I think this would be helpful for the board, not just for this, but going forward. The description that is on the portal, once we file the application, we as the applicant have no ability to change that anymore. So if things change through the application process, if the unit count goes down or goes up, we've lost the ability to make that change. So I think originally there was a concept of trying to make this as flexible as possible. While this has been pending, my client did enter into a lease with a restaurant operator. The purpose of this application is indeed to fit it out for that. Should that fall apart for whatever reason, or should that business move on at a later date, we do have the option to turn this into 2 commercial spaces of permitted use here. And generally fit outs, as long as they're not changing what the uses are, they don't need board approval. We can always go to the zoning officer for that. Should there be a need to add a 3rd door, that obviously would be in your purview, and we would need to file another amendment.
Okay. Thanks for clarifying that the description on the portal is not.
It's not always 100% accurate.
Yeah, and that there's no legal issue with the description not matching what you're applying for.
Yeah, our notice speaks to what the size of the commercial space we're asking for is, and I'm sure Santo would back me up that that's really what we're asking of the board and what's relevant for what we're asking you to approve tonight.
Thank you. Commissioner Conaway?
Hey, what's going on? I just had one question. So being that you're changing it to like a full-scale restaurant, the volume of trash, would that be a concern for you? Do you feel like you can adequately, transfer that trash to the trash room, or are they responsible for taking out their own trash in a different fashion? Like, how does that tie in? Because with food, there's a lot of waste that's usually associated with that.
Great question. So commercial tenants do not utilize the building spaces that we have outlined for trash. So part of the burden on them is to come up with an interior design concept that allows them to adequately secure their trash within their allotted space, which is the space that we've shown you, and they will have to cart it on their own. And they may enter into an agreement with the building owner that it gets carted when there is regular pickup, for instance. But all that will be held within that commercial space, and it will be carted accordingly.
Thank you.
Yep.
Commissioner Kaplan?
Just one more quick question, just a confirmation. all these changes, they don't trigger any variances, correct? This is purely a site plan conversation.
I've said that several times, that there are no new
Just
variances created. Yep.
That's
further-
correct.
wanted to
Yep.
make sure. Thank you.
Yep.
Is there any other board comments?
No.
I just had a comment as far as for, if I may, Madam Chair, if
Sure,
I may.
absolutely. Yes.
So I see the picture here. Is there anything in place for like public safety? Because I'm in that area. I know there's some parks, basketball courts, and things of that nature, and I don't see anything as far as like, is there a requirement for like a public barricade? Because I mean, I see that there's open. It's just open. Is there anything in place for like public safety?
I'm not quite sure what you mean, but I would advocate as a dedicated urban person that barricades in front of a building are not friendly devices. We want it to be open. There's a lot of glass on that ground floor, and we want the ground floor of our buildings to participate with the discussion with the pedestrians on the street. There are courts across the street. But there's also been a lot of new construction over there. There's a lot more people over there. So there's a lot of pedestrians that are inherently stabilizing that neighborhood very positively. And we've been a part of several buildings over there.
Thank you.
Okay, I would like now to open for the public. Is there anyone from the public?
If there's no one from the public, I'd like to close the public portion.
Second.
Mr. Lean, would you like to wrap up here, and then I'll go to our planner, which is Cam?
Yeah, I have nothing else to add. Again, we do apologize for the construction of that door. Once, we advised our client not to do any more construction. There hasn't been anything else that hasn't been approved. As both Rich and I have laid out to the board, there's a lot of positives to this project. It's affordable housing that is going to come online very, very quickly after this approval. My client is looking for a TCO ASAP. We've been very, very cooperative and working with the Office of Emergency Management, not just on this building, but my client's two other buildings that are going to have components there. So we do apologize for the past, but we are asking for the board to approve this tonight, given the totality of what we've constructed here.
Thank you. Cam?
Okay. We're going to add a seventh condition, Council Lean, to the 6 conditions that are in the planning staff memo dated March 19th. You agree to those conditions?
I agree to the existing ones. I'll wait to hear what the 7th one is.
Okay, yes. The condition to explore the added bike parking on the street that was added by Commissioner Kaplan. Are all those conditions acceptable?
That is acceptable. We will work with staff on possibly providing additional bike parking outside.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Kaplan, do you have something to add?
Was there something from Commissioner Stamato?
I was just going to say that.
Yes.
I know Commissioner Stamato mentioned something
Yes,
that
that-
it's
yeah,
worth
The weather station up top, which we have no objection to, I think.
Okay, thank you. All right, so an 8th condition for the exploration of weather monitoring station at this site will be added as well. Okay.
Understood. We will agree to work with OEM on that.
Okay, thank you. Planning staff would just echo the site amendment does not trigger any variances. It complies with the zone plan, the redevelopment plan, and the city's master plan. Has many inherently beneficial uses, and the city sees this as an asset to the neighborhood and to the city. So with that, planning staff recommends approval.
Thank you, Cam. I would like to entertain a motion.
I'd like to make a motion to approve case P 2025-0106 as presented to the board this evening with all 8 conditions.
Second.
All right, Commissioner Barnaby,
Aye.
Commissioner Kaplan,
Aye.
Commissioner Councilperson Little,
Aye.
Commissioner Conway,
Aye.
Commissioner Patel,
Aye.
Commissioner Capers,
Aye.
Commissioner Stamato,
Aye.
Vice Chair Wick,
Aye.
and Madam Chair Gangadin.
I just want to say it's a great addition. This project is a great addition to the neighborhood. with no variances requested, and we are getting 9 affordable units at the same time. It's a plus for the neighborhood, so my vote is aye.
Motion carries. All in favor with conditions.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Okay, I'd like to move on to new business. I'd like to call case B2025-0068, preliminary and final major site plan with variances. Address is 597 Marion Boulevard, also known as 166 Fort Street. Mr. Lee?
I believe this one is being handled by Mr. Harrington.
Oh,
Okay.
check.
Yes, good evening, Madam Chair,
Good evening.
Commissioners. I'm going to be handling this one tonight. And maybe I could, I see that they're being promoted now. Ian Burton, Christina Atea, Paul Freitas, John McDonough, and Gary Dean. And yeah, for the record, Charles Harrington of Connell Foley on behalf of the applicant. And just as a side note, I'm sorry we couldn't go forward with Summit Avenue tonight. That was a Tyler glitch that happened with we believe we have a great solution on that, but we'll check back with you on August 11th on that trash. Yeah, before beginning, this is a notice case, so I did provide the notices that were uploaded to the Tyler portal, I believe on July 20th, and we also sent them directly over to Mr. Lampe and Mr. Cam and Mr. Black yesterday to cover all bases.
Thank you, Mr. Harrington. I am in receipt of the affidavit of publication proof of mailing with respect to the application. It's identified as block 7104, lot 3 here in the city. It does appear to be in order. So, Madam Chair, we're going to mark it as A1 for purpose of the record.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So, yeah, I'll give a background on this, which I think is necessary for the project. My client has been designated by the Jersey City Redevelopment Agency as the designated redeveloper. That is a requirement as part of the Affordable Housing Bonus B provisions that are being used as part of this project. The project is located in the Jersey City Light Rail Redevelopment Plan area. And if you're not familiar with that, it's on the north side of the exit to the Holland Tunnel. So you see a lot of development going on over there where the Best Buy is. As you're coming out of the Holland Tunnel, the Best Buy is to your right. There's an Exxon station directly across the street. That Exxon property is the subject property that we're discussing tonight. It is located in what's called the Commercial Strip District, and it's also within the Neighborhood District Overlay. It was put into the Neighborhood District Overlay during the last round of amendments to the Jersey Avenue Light Rail Redevelopment Plan amendments a few years ago. And what that does is, so the property fronts on 14th Street, Marin Boulevard, and 15th Street. It's also directly next door to the existing Holiday Inn that is to the west. And so what the neighborhood district overlay provides for is that this property can utilize the affordable bonus B provisions in the redevelopment plan. And what that does is it triggers an affordable housing requirement of 15% within the project. So this was created to, as an inducement to a developer to use the bonus, and then now we're creating 52, in this instance, 52 affordable units as part of this project. The property is a large property. It's 32,000 square feet, a rectangular property. As I said, it's, with 3 frontages. So the zoning permits you to go 14 stories and 160 feet. I'd also note it's a little nuance here that under the bonus B provisions, in short, it's you can have residential fronting along 15th Street to the north, and then on the south side, you have to use a commercial use. That's why you have the hotel units that are part of this project. And so overall, the project is proposing it's supposed to be 17 stories, 344 residential units, of which 15% will be affordable. So that's 52 affordable units. You have retail on the ground floor, and then on the southern side, you'll have hotel units, which there's a total of 371 hotel units as part of the overall development. There are a few variances or deviations that we are requesting, and I submit that these are similar to a project that was approved by this board probably within the last year or two, directly across the street to the north, which if you have gone down Marin Boulevard over the last few years, I don't think it's there anymore, but it's a doggy daycare. So if you're ever stuck at that light, you hear all the dogs across from the shopping center where the Best Buy is. That building, and we'll show during the presentation, that property is being developed with a 17-story residential building. So we're asking for relief to permit 17 stories. We're asking for relief for an additional 9 feet 11 inches. There is also a request with regard to the street trees that you have surrounding the properties and the spacing. There is also it's kind of an architectural element for the front yard setback along Marin and 14th Street that we'll address during the presentation, because there's the property or the building is a U. So we'll show how that works. So overall within the development, and then lastly, it's there's a request with regard to the sidewalk width or the width of Marin Boulevard. The redevelopment plan has a provision in there that they ask you to expand the width of Marin Boulevard and create another lane. We have, and you probably saw it on Tyler, Jersey City Traffic Department says we don't support that. We don't want another lane on Marin Boulevard here. We think it'll create faster traffic, more conflicts, whatever. It's in their letter. So we're proposing, what similarly was approved for the project across the street, is not to create that and keep consistent with the recommendation of the Jersey City Traffic and Engineering Department, but that triggers a variance technically by going with the recommendation of the Traffic Jersey City Engineering Department would create a deviation. So we're asking for that, and then that, obviously the board can make their decision as to what they would prefer. But we will again, we have 52 affordable units. That breakdown will be 5 studios, 5 1-bedrooms, 27 2-bedrooms, and 15 3-bedrooms. So it would provide for a lot of 3-bedroom units as part of this. I think the minimum requirement is 11, and we're providing for 15. You'll see during the presentation we do have a loading on-site loading that will address the loading, unloading, and the trash. You'll see that the trash room is located directly next to the loading area. And that's on 15th Street, so it's off one of the main drags. So with that being said, they have a few witnesses here tonight. I have my engineers, Ian Burton. My architect is Paul Friedis, but we're going to have ask that the project architect, Christina Ataya, testify after Paul is sworn in. And I have a planner, Mr. McDonough. And then we also have our traffic engineer here in the event the board wants to hear from him, Gary Dean. So, and I'm going to turn it, after that quote unquote summary, I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Burke.
Hey, I'll swear you in.
Yep.
If you can raise your right hand.
Yes, sorry.
Do you swear any testimony you give tonight is going to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
And for the record, can you state and spell your name?
Ian Burton, IANBURTON.
Thank you.
And is your license current and in good standing?
It is.
Thank you. You may proceed.
Thank you. Share my screen. I have 3 slides this evening. I'd like to enter them into the record. Dated or entitled 597 Marin Boulevard Aerial, dated November 19th, 2025.
We're going to mark them as A2. You said 3 slides?
Correct.
And obviously, after the presentation, they'll have to be submitted.
Understood. So going through the slide deck, the first is the zoomed out kind of aerial to give the site location. So the project site is known as Block 7104, Lot 3, located at 597 Marin Boulevard. It consists of 0.73 acres, nearly 32,000 square feet. In the center of the screen, it's located in the commercial strip district, the neighborhood district overlay of the Jersey City light rail redevelopment plan, utilizing the Affordable Housing Bonus B. It's located along Marin Boulevard with 14th Street to the south, 15th Street to the north, the Holiday Inn to the west. In the general vicinity, it's just south of the Jersey City Hoboken limits, southeast of the Lackawanna Center, west of the Acme Newport Plaza, and the Holland Tunnel. Currently consists of a gas station, some U-Haul parking. Switching to the next slide, this kind of shows the proposed development with the ground floor footprint in dark brown and the tower in light brown, the U-shaped. The site is proposing a 17-story building with 344 apartments, 371 hotel rooms, and approximately 4,200 square feet of retail. And 15% or 52 units are affordable, the apartments. The project has a number of variances, including building height, where 14 stories is permitted, but 17 stories is proposed, and 160 feet is permitted, where 169.9 feet are proposed. We're also requesting a deviation from street trees, where 20 trees are required for this site, where we have 15, and street tree separation, where 30 feet is the maximum distance required, but we have 60 feet proposed on 15th Street, where our curb cut access is. And then we also have a deviation from front yard setback where the overhang shall not dominate the facade, but do so on 14th Street and Marin Boulevard. Switching to the last slide, it kind of just shows the first floor building footprint and all the accesses. So it has a residential access on the corner of 15th Street and Marin, and a hotel access in the center of Marin Street, with retail along 14th Street, and then the truck access curb cut along the center of the building on 15th Street. The site has 186 bike storage throughout the building with 1 outdoor, which meets the requirements of half a bike spot per residential unit plus 4 spots per 6,000 square feet of retail. So where 173 are required, 186 are proposed. And then the outdoor bike rack is located on 14th Street near the retail area. The site is maintaining the existing curb elevations around the building, which range from elevation 5 to 9. The site is located in a FEMA flood zone AE with a elevation of 11. And as such, the residential areas and the hotel lobby is raised to elevation 12, while the retail on 14th Street maintains the existing curb elevation or set at the same sidewalk elevation at elevation 8. And the site has been designed to meet the NJDEP flood hazard rules for the tidal flood proofing, and we've submitted an application to the DEP accordingly. The site's stormwater it's defined as a major development per Jersey City standards, and as such, we meet the quantity reductions for the 210 and 100-year storm by the hydrograph method, and the stormwater is collected via the roof leaders and discharged to the existing storm sewer system in Marin, near Marin and 15th Street. We've been in contact with the JCMUA the last couple of months and coordinating our water and sewer connections and the storm connections. We have an 8-inch combined domestic water and fire service off of 15th Street, and working with them on any public improvements that we can make to the water main on 15th Street. And we have a 12-inch PVC sewer connection off of Marin per the JCMA's request. And we'll work with the local gas and electric for their connections off of 15th Street as well. Again, we have 15 street trees, 5 on 15th, 4 on Marin, and 6 on 14th Street, which are spaced accordingly and to avoid utility conflicts and any existing signage that's out there. In addition, we also have some green space in the ground floor in the rear and a green roof, which meets the green area ratio requirements for the city. And then I think, as Mr. Harrington alluded to, right now our site plan has been designed to meet the requirements of the redevelopment plan along Marin, where we are required to provide a 15-foot sidewalk to the face of the building and the 49-foot kind of roadway cartway width, which is 8 feet for 2 bike lanes, and I think it's 11 feet for each of the 3 lanes. But we'll work with the transportation department because they requested only 2 vehicle lanes. So have to coordinate between the 2 on the ultimate Marin cross section. The site lighting has a number of street lights in between the trees and some overhead lights on the overhang. And in general, we have coordinated with the JCMUA with their comments from October, and we have called and met with them, and we'll work with them to address any of their comments and work with the Division of Planning or Division of Transportation on their September 25th, 2025 letter to address any of their comments as well. That kind of wraps up my presentation.
And based upon the fact that there is so much flooding within the area, did you guys consider any additional mitigating factor for the severe flooding in the area?
I guess nothing extraordinary. The residential and hotel lobbies are set above, so they have they meet the standards of being able to access and exit the site without having any of the flood proofing. From the main doors, and then the retail will have the flood proofing design as necessary.
Okay, because I know that area have some serious flooding issues there, especially with the flooding that took place last 2 weekends ago.
But yeah, we've submitted and kind of had some initial conversations with the DEP, and that's under review.
Okay. Commissioner Kaplan?
Thanks, Commissioner, Vice Chair Gangden. I just wanted to clarify, I'm a little bit confused about the correspondence back and forth with the Transportation Department about that lane. So could you just point out where the additional vehicular lane was that's been removed and what that space is now being shown as?
I'm going to chime in for a moment. It was always envisioned to make a more robust bike infrastructure, but a road diet and keep the existing cross-section of the travel lanes. A road diet was done instead, and bike infrastructure was added at that time. And I think that's the impetus for the recommendation that we've received on this site and other sites along this Marin Boulevard corridor from the Division of Transportation.
Thanks, Matt. I appreciate that. I guess my only question is, in reading the Transportation Department's memo, they note utilizing some space for retaining the protected bike lanes and using the additional space for, instead of a travel lane, an on-street parking lane with loading zones. So I'm just unsure if that was accommodated, unable to be accommodated, or just kind of the history in that comment and how we got to this.
So I guess my understanding of the redevelopment plan, and I kind of zoomed in on the screen here, and you can kind of see above our site, right? There's 2 lanes, 2 bike lanes, and then 2 of the protection of the bike lanes, which extend down. And then what we have rendered here was kind of what our reading of the redevelopment plan's requirements. So again, two bike lanes, but a total curb to curb is 49 feet wide. So that kind of fits in 3 11-foot lanes. I think if we're reading the transportation letter, they had I believe they only wanted 2 travel lanes. So that would we have 11 feet, I guess, of extra space to, I guess, determine what the transportation wants based off of the redevelopment plan. And I think they talked about a loading zone for the site along the site.
That's where kind of where our position is. We would work with the Jersey City traffic division to uh, assuming that, the board recommends that, if this is approved, to create what they think is appropriate there, because our reading of this is that they do not want another vehicular lane there. They want to accommodate, as Matt said, I think, bike lane, and then their memo speaks to a loading zone as well, that they believe would be a benefit there.
Thank you. Yeah, no, I concur in my reading with the memo as well, as to not add additional travel lanes for the reasons they stated. I think that variance is appropriate, and I think my question is really more related to the site plan and the operations in that loading zone. Having a hotel in this area, there is one, but having, a loading area for Uber, drop-off, pickup, deliveries, I think would be beneficial. And since it was mentioned in that memo, it's just unclear if that's going to be incorporated into the proposed revisions.
That would be that's
okay. Great.
We want to follow the recommendations of the traffic department.
Great, thank you. And then one other question on the civil for the site plan. I see, as per, if you could zoom in to the corner as shown of Marin and 14th. Just to note the ADA ramps in that catch basin. Could you speak a little bit to, I appreciate there being 2 ADA ramps, that's always preferred, but just how they line up with the crosswalks, if you're going to need to do any striping revisions, and also catch basin locations as it relates to the curb cuts.
Yes. So I think I know transportation had commented on shifting a little bit on the 15th Street of adding a curb bump out, which I think we can accommodate. And so I think something similar at the intersection of 14th Street would help kind of make sure that our ramps are aligned with the crosswalks. I think that's probably the simplest solution, and it kind of gets us back in line with the existing 14th crossing. I don't know. Go on.
Oh no, I appreciate that context, and I'm a big fan of bump outs, but it may be challenging. And it depends if you have a parking lane and how that bike lane lays out in the street cross section. But appreciate the openness to it and the further dialogue. And then I think the second part of my question was related to the catch basins. I think the preference is usually to have a catch basin upstream of the ADA ramps. It looks like you have a single one on the corner. Is that?
I believe that's an existing one, but I'm sure we'll continue that conversation with JCMUA on updating their infrastructure as needed, especially as it relates to curbs.
Great, thank you.
Commissioner Kaplan, the bump outs that's in question there, are these the one that is the newer design with the swell, where it should disseminate the water faster? Is that what we're proposing or considering here?
I believe you're thinking of a rain garden, which can be placed inside a bump out, and I don't believe that's been brought up, but
okay,
that would be the terminology for what you're describing, Madam.
Okay,
Chair.
Gotcha.
I think that to add on to the specific bump out that we had initial conversations with transportation was, if you could see this white striping that's kind of curved, you replace that with a curb and then fill it, the remaining area with concrete sidewalk. So it would help your pedestrian, give a little bit more area before they have to cross the street.
Gotcha. Councilperson Little.
Yes, I have a few questions, but although I first want to note that I love the concept of putting some green infrastructure in for flood mitigation in the curb bump out, if that can be accommodated. So I wanted to voice support for that. But most of my comments are surrounding the bike lane and the cycling infrastructure. So the redevelopment plan called for 2 8-foot buffered bicycle lanes. And I understand there are currently bike lanes here. My question, and I'm not sure if this is a question for Mr. Burton or Commissioner Kaplan, whether these bike lanes here are as robust as the redevelopment plan calls for, or if the redevelopment plan prescribes wider, more buffered bike lanes, or if what the redevelopment plan is asking for is essentially the same.
I guess I'll so we have right, 2 4-foot bike lanes and 2 4-foot, I guess the buffers, so a total of 8 feet. I believe so, 8 feet on either side. Believe that's what the redevelopment plan stated.
Okay.
I'm not familiar with this redevelopment plan, so I can't comment on that, Councilperson Little.
Yeah, I think the short answer of that is that we can continue to work with the infrastructure on what they propose, because you're right, Councilwoman, that I think we've got a lot more room to work with there on the west side. To, you know, if they think a more robust bike lane is appropriate there, we could certainly do what they deem appropriate. And as to the green infrastructure in a bump out there, we can absolutely try to incorporate that.
Awesome, thank you. And then, you know, on the topic of bike lanes, I live nearby this proposed development, and I am a frequent cyclist, so I have a little bit of experience with the current bicycle infrastructure here. I will note that this proposed building has no parking, and it states there will be 215 bike spaces, but I was only able to identify 181 on the plan. Can you speak to the correct number of bicycle spaces being provided in this development?
I guess I'll defer to the architect to make sure my numbers are correct, but I believe it's 186 within the building. So it's, if I looked earlier, it's, you know, every floor I think has 5 spots, and then there's a one floor with a few more. So I don't know if we have the same issue with the I don't know what you were looking at with the description.
It was the general application, so maybe that language was not updated. But I guess thank you for clarifying the exact number. But I guess my larger point that I'm trying to make is that it seems like the intention is for people in this building to mostly cycle to get around, right? Cycle or walk or take Ubers because there's no parking being provided. And you know, as someone who lives in this neighborhood and is a frequent cyclist, I will say right now, like, Marion Boulevard is terrifying because what happens is you have these protected bike lanes, and then they spit you out onto I-78, and then there's no protection even if you want to keep on going south. And so I always either go all the way west to Cole Street and take the Cole Street protected bike lane, or I go all the way east and take Washington and the protected bike lane there, because this one, it kind of just spits you out on the exit from the Holland Tunnel, and then people are driving aggressively. It is pretty hostile to cyclists and pedestrians, this intersection, frankly. And you know, given that you're expecting your residents to predominantly be cyclists and pedestrians, I was wondering if you might be amenable, and given that you don't need to do as many redevelopments to Marion Boulevard, to this block of Marion Boulevard, as the redevelopment plan would have originally called for based on your coordination with infrastructure. I was wondering if you might be amenable to extending the bike lane further south to allow people in this building to have greater accessibility.
Well, I think when you say south, south, on
further south on Marion, yeah.
Between 14th and 12th?
Yeah, I mean, I think long term, and I'm sure Commissioner Kaplan can speak more to this, but I think long term the goal is to have all of Marion Boulevard have a bicycle route, a protected bicycle lane, but that is not currently the case. And this particular stretch of it spits you out on 14th Street, which at that point is I-78, and is like, what, 6 lanes of traffic or something. And it just feels very hostile as a cyclist. And I never use that route because it just spits you out in that intersection.
Yeah, I think again, I think that the answer there is yes, we can look to extend it from 14th to 12th Street. And I know that it's not part of this application, but I know the easement agreement that we got extended before the city council a few months ago is there's 13th Street as part of the Mecca development there. there's a plan that was approved by this planning board a number of years ago that you go, and because of the issues you just raised and all the development that's happening now on the north side of 14th Street, is to try to, it makes a connection where you go across 14th Street is the shorter highway portion, if you will, of 78. 12th Street's wider. So it would take you across 14th Street, and then there's a little portion of what's called 13th Street there between those two lots, the Mecca buildings, and then you make a left towards the water, and then we're creating that developer is going to create a pedestrian and bicycle pathway that will connect you down to the Newport Parkway and into the Newport section and Washington Boulevard. So that, I mean, that's not part of this application, but it's approved. But that is something that was thought about a few years ago because a lot of the issues you just raised, Councilwoman, to try to make it a safer connection from that side of 14th Street to the rest of downtown. But we can yeah, absolutely extend it from 14th Street to 12th.
If I can just jump in briefly, Madam Chair.
Sure.
Just for everyone's awareness, the jurisdiction of 14th Street as well as Marin from 14th through 12th Street is that of the Port Authority. It's not city right of way, so I don't think the city is able to make any commitments to what can or can't be there, but there have been conversations between the city and the Port Authority about completing the bike lanes south of this area where it concludes. So I think the city would welcome that, but I don't quite know what level of commitment can be tied to this application. I'll defer to staff and Santo on that.
Can we get Commissioner Barnaby? Commissioner Little, did you finish? I'm sorry.
Yes, sorry, I didn't lower my hand, but thank you for
No,
being
it's okay.
willing to look into extending the bike lanes. Although it may be a complex process, thank you for looking into it.
But the applicant would agree to partake in those communications. And Commissioner Kaplan makes a good point. I forgot that they do have jurisdiction over that.
Correct. Commissioner Barnaby?
Thank you, Chairwoman. So regarding the trees, I see that you guys are seeking relief from 5 trees, and so it is for signage you mentioned. The northern part, 15th Street, looks a little sparse. I'm wondering if we can add some more in there, either there or Marin Boulevard, so it's at least we get a little more in there.
Yeah, I can definitely look into, all right, the separation I think is between 20 and 30. And so I know we have a handful of utilities leaving from Marin, and then there's the signage for the 14th Street. But we can definitely look into and see if we can add a few more.
Great.
That's on 15th Street, Commissioner Barnaby?
Yeah, 15 or anywhere else, even on Marin, if they can add 1 or 2 on either side, maybe get 1 or 2 more in there.
Okay, perfect.
Thank you.
I thought I saw Commissioner Patel.
Oh, Commissioner Kaplan answered it. I was going to say that, Gold Street is a much better, safer option crossing 14 to the rest of the downtown than Marine Boulevard.
Okay.
But Commissioner Kaplan answered it that, we don't have a jurisdiction over it. Port Authority does, so
yep,
it solves the problem.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilperson Little.
Sorry, I just Commissioner Barnaby's question raised another question for me. So since there are 15 trees proposed but 20 trees required, will there be payment in lieu of trees, if you will, for the remaining 5 trees? So that I believe this is pretty typical for developments in the city where a payment is made so a tree may be planted elsewhere.
Yes, absolutely.
Great, thank you.
Required, councilperson. It is required.
Great, thank you.
Any other questions for Ian?
I just had sorry, Madam Chair, if I may.
Commissioner Capers.
Yes, I just wanted to know if Ian could just elaborate more on the 15th Street side. He mentioned that that was a better street for garbage removal. If he can explain the difference between the hotel and the residence, what plan does he have on that side of the street?
I think that might be more appropriate for the architect to address.
Yeah, I think, for the architect when he does his presentation.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
If there's no other questions for Ian, can we move on to our next witness?
Sure. So this is the one where we're going to ask that Paul Freitas be sworn in as the licensed architect, and then Christina Matea is the project architect that worked hand in hand with Paul, and if she can present the project. So if they can both be sworn in.
And I'm sorry, I'm going to request a break before we do this because I don't think you guys are going to be done in like the next 10 minutes.
Forgot about you.
That's all right. Thank you.
All right.
Thank you.
Okay, so it's 7:13. We'll take a 10 minutes break. We'll be back at what is it? 7:15, 7:20. 7:25.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hey, maybe we should talk about something or
I would like to call the meeting back to order. Mr. Harrington, we were going to swear in Mr. Freitas. Mike?
I'm just waiting for Chuck. Sorry.
Sorry about that. I was clicking and wasn't doing anything. So, yeah, okay. So at this time, yeah, Paul is up here. Paul, I think you're muted, and Christina's there. I think you're muted as well. There you go.
All right, so I'll swear you both in. If you could raise your right hands. Do you swear any testimony you give tonight is going to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
I do.
And ladies first, could you state and spell your name for me?
Christina Atiye, Christina Attiyeah.
Paul Freitas, PaulFreitas.
Thank you.
Mr. Freitas, your license current and in good standing?
Yes, it is indeed. Thank you.
And Christina will be acting on your behalf?
Yeah, she's a project lead on the project, and she's very familiar with the building itself and its components.
Okay. You may proceed.
Okay, thanks, Christina. If you want to present.
Sure. Good evening, commissioners. I'd like to present.
Good evening.
Do we, Christina, do we need to mark any exhibits as part of your presentation here? Or-
Right now, we're starting with the plans, but we will share renderings that will have to be an exhibit as they weren't shared before. Yeah.
So Mr. Harrington, when we get to those, we're going to mark those as A3, and you can just identify the number of renderings and the date of the rendering.
Okay.
Christina, could you zoom in a little bit on this, please?
Sure.
Thank you.
So starting off with the ground floor plan, we have both the residential component and the hotel component. The hotel component lining 14th Street and the residential component along 15th. They have separate entries. The hotel entry is off Marin, which you see here. It's a pronounced entry into the hotel lobby. And then the residential entry would be off 15th Street, which takes you up to two separate different cores that take you up to the tower. Our utilities are placed on 15th Street. We have our transformer vaults there. And then we also have our trash room and loading dock that serves both the residential and hotel component. The trash rooms for hotel and residential are separate, but eventually they both funnel through the service corridor and lead you to the loading dock, which the truck can then pull in, pick up, and take out. And it would be a privately managed trash company that comes for pickup daily. For both the hotel and residential component. We're lining 14th Street with retail, floor-to-ceiling glass for the retail component, creating that activated frontage at the human scale. Same for the residential lobby, and we'll look into it more when we pull up the renderings as well. So this is basically how the ground floor component and the base of the building is being laid out. And then as we go up to the residential floors, this is when you start to see the separation between the residential and hotel even more. So the hotel will take the lower, let's say half portion of this tower right here as an L shape as part of the courtyard. And the residential portion will take the 14th Street side. Again, separate elevators, a corridor that divides, a wall in the corridor that divides both components as you go up throughout the
Christina,
tower.
can you zoom in a little?
Sure.
Please.
So we have our hotel units, again, floor-to-ceiling glass that maximizes views and transparency in and out of the building on all corners of the building and within the courtyard with a separation of 60 feet away. Maximizing efficiency in these units, and including obviously the 15% affordable that's required on site, which is 52 units for the residential component as well. The residential and hotel floor plans throughout the tower are quite typical, so moving our way up, they're pretty consistent. Again, it's a U-shaped tower with glass fronting all three sides in the inner courtyard. And then as you go up to the last floor, we have our step back at the 17th floor of 10 feet. quickly pulling that up, you see that the whole frontage right now is stepped back 10 feet on all sides. And then the west side has also been stepped back to allow more glazing and views off to the west side as well. Moving up to the roof lounge and the roof floor, we have our green roof for water retention, and then we have a smaller roof lounge that both actually only residential use would be using. Again, maximizing views and glazing and amenities for the tenants of the building. Moving on to the elevations, the building materiality is predominantly brick on this site. It's a beige, warm brick that speaks of the contextuality of the neighborhood here, with accentuated vertical piers up the building to elongate the massing and the volume. The ground floor is provided with clear glazing into the retail and lobby components as well to activate that vis-a-vis between the pedestrian and public realm and the interior environment. Again, floor-to-ceiling windows with operable windows into these hotel and residential units to maximize transparency for this tower. Moving along different facades right now, again, similar component here on the north elevation. And then as we move to the west along our property line, we do have a stucco wall. It's being designed to be scored to create a more dynamic feel and not just a flat, monotonous facade. So we would have score lines horizontally and playfully vertically to create that dynamic environment. And then as we go up, we did step back the building to create that jog and also allow for more light and air to these top units as well. The interior face of the courtyard is predominantly curtain wall glass, insulated unit curtain wall glass, while the exteriors remain predominantly brick material. These are just some enlarged views of the elevations along with a shadow study. Moving along to the signage plans and materiality. This is a reference of the brick. It's a three-toned brick that creates that dynamic facade. A sample of the material of the stucco, but we would probably match a more similar color to the brick so it all looks quite uniform. And a sample of the insulated glazing unit that we would be using for the windows for all of these units. Moving along to the exhibits. So we're calling this A3 with today's date.
And how many sheets do we have or slides here, Christine?
We have 2 views that we want to share today that have not been uploaded previously. So this is the view looking on east of the building along Marin. So this is the hotel entry where we wanted to define a vibrant portal entry to invite pedestrians and future guests into the building with a curved accentuated podium. Again, maximizing glass. We are in a flood elevation, as Ian mentioned, so we are 5 foot above the base. So keeping kind of the base within that monolithic brick along with some planters to warm it up, but everything above that being floor to ceiling glass to allow for transparency and views into the space. And on the second slide, this is a closer look at the Marin Boulevard entry. Again, the podium being focused on clear glass transparency, inviting people in, while the tower remains as the pillar for these vertical piers that go up and using the predominant brick material on this site to accentuate the volumes.
Christina, zoom in again, please. Great. Nice.
Christine, while you have this up, I don't know if this is the appropriate slide or plan sheet, but could you speak to the front yard setback, how we that projects a little bit?
Yeah, we are providing the 15-foot sidewalks along all 3 sides, along 14th, 15th, and Marin. we are showing the steps up right here, but we are still providing the 15-foot, and then the tower above would cantilever that 5 feet.
And could you show that, maybe make that larger to show where that's shown on that sheet?
Yes, this is the dotted line of the tower above, and then the glazing line is the line of the base on the ground floor. And this is our 15-foot line.
And it's all within the property line, right?
Correct.
So it's almost kind of works as like a cantilever, or not a cantilever, but a
It's like a 5-foot cantilever, which you could, again, going back to the rendering, you can start to see it here for the tower and the soffit that it creates.
That's that dotted line going across your plans?
yes.
Okay.
Yeah. Again, the hotel wanted to be more pronounced as an entry. It's a double height. It invites people in with the curvature and just creating this massing element as like a juxtaposed position in this more monolithic volume.
And the residential entrance, if you maybe show that.
Yeah, I can pull it up. I don't know if we have an exact view, but I'll pull it up in the elevations. It's also pronounced as well. It does have access from a quieter street as well, versus the hotel access, which we can see right here. It's going to be a full glass corner that invites people in, and just of use for the residential portion of the building.
Beautiful building.
Thank you.
Is that your presentation, Christina?
Christina, does that complete your presentation?
Yes, it does. So
I have a couple questions, Christina. So there are 2 elevators. One will be used for the hotel, one will be used for the residential. In regards to the garbage, are they separated, the residential, hotel, and commercial? Are they separated? And where they're assembly all together?
correct. So the hotel trash room has its own chute coming from the tower that would be serviced by the staff. And then the residential trash room is also separated. And then they all funnel through this common service corridor that gets you to the loading dock that the truck can come in and pick up for both programs.
Okay.
So nothing's outside, right?
No, nothing's outside.
Beautiful. Is the hotel run privately? Do we know that?
I think it's still in the works, but it's probably going to be the same property manager that's running the residential. It'll just be a different type of asset to run with different kind of leases and rentals.
But it's not, I think the question maybe, Chairwoman, is it's not intended to have a flag like a Marriott. The intent is to have the private ownership, correct?
Correct.
Okay, that answers the question. The 52 units that are the affordable, where are they located? Their location, and are they built out the same and they have the same amenities as well?
Yes, so they're evenly distributed throughout the tower. You can start to see a couple of them here. There are 2 bedrooms and 1 bedrooms at this corner and 3
What floor is that? The first floor?
This is the 2nd floor, and it's the same typical floor plan that goes throughout the towers. So the 52 floors are spread out vertically. The 52 units. Yeah.
Okay, so they're all throughout the entire building. They're not just settled in just a few floors only.
Correct.
Okay.
And all finishes would be the same as the market rate.
Correct. Finishes, appliances, full interior spec built out would be the same as market rate.
Okay.
And how many affordable units?
52.
52.
Okay.
Thank you. I see Commissioner Kaplan.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Could you provide an overview of the number of units, types of bedrooms, et cetera, in both the hotel and the residential spaces?
Yeah, so for the residential, we're 344 total units, and for the hotel, we're at 371 total units. The hotel units are all kind of open layout, you could call studio units. And for the residential component, we are split between studios up to 3 bedrooms. So pulling that up on the screen. So we have a couple of studio and what we call Studio Plus that come with a den. 146 for the Studio Plus. Studio's 114. One bedroom is 36. Two bedroom 33, and three bedroom 15.
Thank you.
Commissioner Conaway?
I actually had the same question, the breakdown on the types of units.
Okay.
But in addition to that, so being that there's no flagship for the hotel, so I'm assuming that the developer is looking to do like an Airbnb short-term rental. Is that what it's probably looking like?
Yeah, I think these hotels, I think they're set up for long-term stays, not your daily rates.
Okay. Because there's so the number of studios, the Studio Plus versus the regular studio, that's not included in the hotel number, or it is?
No, this is separate. This is just the residential component, and then moving down to the hotel, they're all kind of considered, if you want to say studios, because it's an open layout of one single room, and that's 371 of those kind of units.
Okay, so that's separate. So the 146 and the 114 are separate from the hotel.
Correct.
That's an awful lot of studios. But okay. Thank you. That was all.
Commissioner Kaplan?
Counselor, Mr. Harrington, you just noted, I guess, that the intent of the hotels is for long-term stays. I'm just curious if you could elaborate on kind of the envisioned uses for the hotels and how that space is differentiated from, a residential rental.
Well, I mean, you're daily, but you're also set up for long-term stays. You know how certain hotels have two different components, or some are set up. So like a Marriott Suites, might be for, a more extended stay as opposed to the daily, Holiday Inn, which is right next door. So it's open to both. But it's a hotel use. It'd be subject to the 6% city tax for hotels. So it's not Airbnb because it's strictly regulated as a hotel, and you have to register as a hotel, and you have to pay your hotel tax. So it will generate revenue for the city on top of property taxes.
Commissioner,
I'm sorry, Madam Chair, may I just follow up briefly?
Sure.
But there's not a defined length of stay or anything like that. It's just the design of the unit can accommodate like a suite, a longer term stay. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct. Yes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Patel?
We can't hear you, Bhavin.
You're on mute, Bhavin.
So would it be like a year-long stay or a 6-month or, months or, I mean, long-term stay, I understand, but what is the definition of a long-term stay?
Yeah, I don't think they anticipate, maybe like, 2 weeks to a month, or a week, the person who's in for business, for a week. I don't think it's anticipated to have a long term. I mean, because that gets expensive because you've got again, you got a 6% tax, you got all the other things, but it's not set up for a year, 6 months. It's really, the intent is like your Marriott Suites, where they say, well, I'm gonna be here for a week or two for business.
And I don't know if this question is for you or for Santos, but is it possible in the future, maybe 3-4 years down the road, that you want to convert these hotels room into the housing or apartment or condos, whatever XYZ may be, and what happens then?
Yeah, so that's a good question, and it's right now you're not allowed to. It's the zoning doesn't permit you to have these. Well, actually, as they would allow you to have them, as there is a provision in the local ordinance that you can convert hotel units to residential, but if
only where residential is allowed. It is not allowed in this instance, so it would not be convertible under that clause.
Okay, well, it's not. Yeah, I mean, that's not being proposed here, but that's the ordinance that you would look to, and it would require 15% of them to be affordable. But the bottom line, it's not permitted. It's a hotel use that is at issue here. So you'd need a zoning change, or you'd look to that ordinance to see if it applied or not.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for the clarification.
Commissioner Capers.
Yes, I just wanted more clarity on the entrance. I know you said the entrance for the hotel is on Marin and the entrance for the residential is on 15th. Now, is both the hotel and the residential, are those both identified as 597 Marin?
No, they will have separate addresses at the time. And they would probably have to follow the street name as well.
Okay, because I mean, I don't know about the other commissioners, but I would like to see how you had the hotel picture shown, and I know you got this one shown as a level, but I would like to see the side on 15th Street, the actual with the corner and the entrance. Like, how does that work? Because that's clearly close to the corner, and that could be very congested at times. Very, very congested. So I would like to see that picture of 15th Street, of the entrance of the residential, if that's something that you're able to do. And also, as far as I know you said you guys got a storage right here, but how is the vehicle getting into the storage right here? Are they backing in? Are they coming in head first?
To the loading zone?
Yes.
Yeah, Christine, I guess you,
Yeah, I mean, they're coming in head first and then they're backing out, they're rear loading. I need to check with our civil if we've done a maneuverability study, and if we haven't, we will put one together when we talk to transportation.
Yeah, because the traffic flow of 15th Street goes in one direction.
right.
Yeah.
Commissioner Capers, you were referring to the rendering for the finished rendering for the 15th Street entrance, which is yeah, it's something that I was disappointed that I didn't see there either, because we saw the Marin Boulevard side of it.
Correct.
Yeah.
Correct.
Anyway, you guys have that you can present that?
Chris,
I think,
go
yeah,
ahead.
I think we've submitted something, the visual impact. We just probably not at this level of detailing, but we can pull it up. Yes.
And Chair, people, I'd just like to mention also the loading. A lot of that loading will be done after hours for the loading dock, especially for the trash. So that should mitigate some of your traffic concerns.
Right.
So this is just
that's both for trash and recycling, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah, this is part of the submission. This is in the visual impact statement.
Correct. We've shown every corner of the building on these views, and this is coming in from view B. So it has a glass return that invites people that are coming down on Marin to, kind of pronounce that this is the residential entry as you go in. And it would have a signage band, of course, as we detail it out more.
And you have 15-foot sidewalks there, correct? And then it looks to be 22.5 feet from curb to the entrance.
Correct, because it's also recessed to pronounce it.
And I think it's important also for the commissioners to recognize that the reason the glass is not going down to the sidewalk in those locations is because the first floor is elevated for floodproofing.
Well, correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe it does go all the way down at the residential entry. So
you have an entrance there and then you go up. There's
that's right. Interior to the
yes, it's an interior stair and a lift. But we didn't bring the glass down because of floodproofing concerns.
Mr. Conaway, you have a question regarding here?
I'm still not sure that's correct, Paul. If you guys want to go back to the floor plan, fine. I also don't think it's a detail that's very important to spend much time on, but I believe there's doors in a rotating door at grade.
The picture shown there doesn't look like rotating.
No, I agree. The entrance is the stairs and everything to access the floor are interior to that entrance. I was just suggesting that you can
those
see the
doors aren't made out of glass. I mean, I assume
they are,
glass.
but I guess what I'm saying is the glass on the Marin side after the stairs is shortened because it's below the level of the sidewalk.
Well, while we're spending some time on this, I just want for the board to note, and I think staff's in support of this, but instead of doing ramps, which would take up a good deal of floor area, they're opting to do elevators, both into the lobby of the residential and the hotel.
And that's basically what we show.
Madam Chair, just to confirm.
Commissioner Kaplan, let me just get Commissioner Conaway first, please. Commissioner Conaway.
Hey, thank you, Madam Chair. I'm sorry, I don't mean to go off the topic of what you guys were discussing, but so total units, including the hotel, is 715, but I'm assuming the affordable is just based off of residential alone, correct? At the 344 with only 52 units?
Yeah, it's only a percentage of the
Of
residential.
the residential. It just seems like smoke and mirrors because somebody might think that there's a lot more than what there is. And is there a breakdown on the affordable types? I don't know if that was discussed or not.
Yeah,
Like
there's
the type of units.
sure there's 5 studios, 5
Okay.
1 bedrooms, 27 2 bedrooms, and 15 3 bedrooms.
Okay.
So all the 3 bedrooms are going to be affordable.
Great. Okay. Thank you so much.
Commissioner Kaplan.
Sorry, just to confirm, if you go back to the last view on that entryway, the area where that's green with the trees and that, I'm sorry, the site plan, the architectural plan. If you could just zoom back in there, those are interior spaces, correct, with the landscaping?
Correct, yeah.
That's it. Thank you.
Councilperson Little.
Yeah, you mentioned that the first floor is, it's somewhat elevated because of flooding. And then it was also pointed out that the ADA access is in the form of elevators. Is there a concern about how will the elevators operate in during wet weather events? Is there flood mitigation protecting the elevators in any way?
Yes, elevators and even egress doors have it's basically like a more passive approach to floodproofing because you still have to be able to get out of the building. So all of that kind of gets considered when this happens. Management comes in and battens down the hatches, and then we wait things out. The building gets closed up as tight as it can, but also provides a means for people to egress out of the building in case of an emergency.
Thanks.
So to go back to Commissioner Conaway's question, and I think he brought up a valid question. The affordable units is based upon the dwelling, which is 344, and the hotel component of this is much more, which is 371 hotel rooms. I just want to reiterate what Commissioner Conaway was thinking at the same time as well.
Can we increase the affordable units?
Well, no, I mean it's the hotel component is a commercial component. It's not the affordable is not based upon the residential. I mean, based upon the commercial component.
Has there been a study on how well hotels do in that area? Like, are you sure that it's even, a great idea? I mean, obviously you guys love the idea, but has there been any type of study that shows like that type of business in that area and would it thrive in that situation?
Yeah, well, you have the Holiday Inn right next door.
That's also a name brand that people know.
Right.
You guys are unflagged.
It's unflagged, but it's a hotel. I mean, I know they're doing well. They're a client of mine. They obviously during COVID, the hotels didn't do well, but yeah, I mean that area, the hotels downtown are I think, my understanding is all thriving. And we do, I don't know if, you do have some boutique hotels where it's not a flag and they still do well.
Thank you.
Any other comments from the board? Okay, hearing none.
Madam Chair, I do just want that clarification. I don't want to spend a lot of time on it. I agree with Mr. Ward, but specifically, as I understand it, the hotel entrance is elevated externally, meaning the staircase is outside of the building, and therefore there is no glass down to the street level. The residential entrance, the staircase is internal to the building, and there is a glass facade down to street level. And then the question does become, is that permissible under the codes in terms of the flood elevation? And Matt, please correct me if I'm wrong on any of that.
No, it's acceptable as long as they have a flood barrier that they can put in place during an event.
And that is how it is proposed.
Go ahead, Santo.
That is proposed. Every entrance in the building that is within the floodplain will be flood-proofed accordingly, and it'll be parts of it are passive insofar as we're avoiding flooding on the first floor because we've elevated. But there could be other instances where we have to put plates in front of doors and storefront areas and access utility doors where it basically stops the rain from coming, the water coming in those events. So that's the rationale behind the way we've approached this.
Thank you.
Commissioner Kaplan?
Could you just elaborate on the ADA's access to the hotel and what that pathway is?
Yeah, so for the hotel component, it's off of 14th Street. It takes you directly into the hotel lobby with a kind of hotel retail component here that we anticipate to see as maybe a cafe or something. So it's an experience in through that component that takes you directly to the elevator core.
Great. So, but that's a hotel use, not a cafe or commercial use, correct?
Correct.
Thanks.
Commissioner Conaway?
Hey, what's the market rate of the affordable units versus like the regular units? Is that something that's already determined, or is that kind of up for later on?
So you mean the income levels, right?
Well, yes, the income levels of the affordables versus a market rate unit.
Well,
Like how much does a market rate unit go for, and what's the income levels of the affordable units? That's a better question. Thank you.
I don't have the projected rents here, but I can tell you that of 52 affordable units, 7 will be 30% or lower of AMI. And of those, you're going to have 1 studio, 1 bedroom, 1 bedroom, 3 2 bedrooms, and 2 3 bedrooms. 19 will be between 30 and 50% of AMI. And of that, you'll have 2 studios, 1 bedroom, 10 2 bedrooms, and 6 3 bedrooms. And then you'll have the moderate income, which is the 50 to 80% of AMI. You'll have 2 studios, 3 1 bedrooms, 14 2 bedrooms, and 7 3 bedrooms. So it's a mix. It's all consistent with the Jersey City's inclusionary zoning ordinance, which follows the UHAC standards.
Thank you so much.
Mr. Harrington, has that agreement already been negotiated with the affordable housing?
These are what has been agreed to. So you get a checklist from the Affordable Housing Division.
Right.
This is what it is, and then the actual agreement gets drafted and finalized as you progress throughout the development. You need to have that in place before any CO is issued.
But not prior to the approval is the agreement finished.
That's correct. It's not
Subject to.
Correct.
But of course, all of this is controlled by the UHAC numbers and the affordable housing ordinance.
That's right.
Okay.
Commissioner Capers?
So, I mean, I know this may sound out of the ordinary, but are you anticipating everybody to ride bikes? Because I just want to know if anybody can identify where would be a drop-off spot for an Uber or a Lyft, or if somebody's dropping anybody off. Where would you guys? Could you show me on this site plan where is a safe place to unload individuals?
And that, yeah, Christine, you can speak to it, but that circles back to the comment letter from the Jersey City Traffic Department. That's what they were recommending, and we are fully in agreement to follow their recommendation to provide for a loading zone or drop-off area along Marin, and then 15th Street is a much quieter street, right at the front of the residential lobby as well.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Samata?
Thank you, Madam Chair. The only question I have is in reference to the cafe. Is that the only dining in this hotel area?
We still have a retail component here fronting 14th Street that obviously the hotel tenants can use coming out of the building. We still don't know what these components would be. They could be F&B, but they could be other services. But for what we do know, yes, the hotel would have a small cafe component. I would say light cooking, juice bar,
Right.
snack kind of pantry.
With the possibility of having something like a dining area over in this area, correct?
Yes, with all the furnishings, yes.
Christina, the commercial is going to be on the 14th Street. Is there an entrance there?
Yes, these two doors right here.
So there's an entrance on 14th Street for the commercial. There's an entrance on 15th Street for the residential,
Mhm.
and the entrance for the hotel is on Marin.
Mm-hmm. Correct.
Okay.
All right.
Any other board comments for Christina?
No.
Commissioner Kaplan?
Just very briefly, could you discuss kind of that courtyard, it's called out as pervious area, what the use is, what the materials are, what that is intended to be?
Yes, I would like Ian to speak more about this from his team, because I do know that this has to do with the stormwater retention, but also would allow for tenant access if need be along the periphery.
Yeah, so it's there's no specific stormwater improvements for it. It just kind of covers the green area. So there's I think some depth requirements for landscaping for it to count for the green area ratio. But so it's just generally a nice green backyard, if you will.
Who is responsible for maintaining those areas?
It's going to have to be the property management team, either from the residential side or the hotel side, but that would be something that would have to be looked at.
Any other questions for Christina before we move on to who's your next witness, Mr.
John McDonough, our
John
plan.
McDonough? Okay. Any other questions for Christina? Okay.
Sorry,
Mr. Cap. Commissioner Cap.
Very briefly, just the bike parking. Can you talk about the what is within that room to tie your bike up to, or is that lockable?
Yes.
What the device is, yeah.
Yes, I mean, we have the bike hooks that are installed vertically on the wall that allow for the double kind of tandem parking spaces on the main bike rooms on the ground floor. And then as Ian previously mentioned, we do show bike storage across the residential floors that tenants can access as well. They have security access and could be designated to residential unit.
Gotcha. And the device which the bike is hung or attached to the wall as a way for it to be individually locked to that device, correct?
Yes, correct.
Perfect. Thank you so much. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you. All right, we will move on to the planner.
Okay, that'd be Mr. McDonough.
Hi, John. I'll swear you in. Do you swear any testimony you give tonight is going to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
And for the record, can you state and spell your name?
Sure. Hi there, everyone. My name is John McDonough. That's spelled MC, capital DONOUGH.
Thank you.
Mr. McDonough, is your license current and in good standing?
Yes, Madam Chair, it is.
Thank you. You may proceed.
Okay, John, take it away.
Okay, so
Oh, wait, John, let's mark your exhibits before you start.
okay, Madam Chair, with your permission, I'm going to put together a 3-slide exhibit, sort of following what Ian did with a 3-part exhibit. These are going to be a set of aerial drone photographs that were taken back on a cold day in January.
And this will be A4.
Do we have to mark them into evidence?
A4.
A4, for the record, again, is a 3-part exhibit. They're just going to show the subject property from 3 vantage points. As it looked when we started the application back in January. This is a view of the subject property, which, as you've heard, is a single tax lot, block 7104, lot number 3. It's about 31,999 square feet. It's developed as that Exxon gas station with the Tiger Mart under the canopy, and then you've got a whole string of U-Haul vehicles that are stored on the property as well. From this particular vantage point, you've got Marin in the background, and we'd be looking due east, I'd say, or somewhat south. You've got 15th in the foreground, and then 14th, of course, in the background from this particular vantage point. You've got the hotel. Envision what Christina had shown you with a beautiful U-shaped building here. We're going to come back to the planning rationale. The applicant is asking for additional height here above and beyond what the ordinance would require, but that's all premised on the fact that we're looking for a U-shaped building here with an open courtyard in the interest of a better zoning alternative as opposed to a more square building where we would enclose that open space. We would have a lower, flatter building. That additional floor area is made up with a couple of stories. We'll come back to that as we go through the planning rationale. But from a physical integration standpoint, this makes good planning sense and certainly a better zoning alternative than a more square building at this particular location. Next frame on the exhibit is just sort of the reverse view. You've got Marin in the background. You've got 15th now off to the left, and then 14th coming in view in the foreground. Again, given the sense of the surrounding land use context, you've got some big box retail here with the Best Buy. You've got Home Depot and a series of other gas stations around the area, and then a mix of uses, including the hotel that's immediately adjacent. Finally, the last frame takes you on a view looking outbound, and compare this present view with what you saw in that beautiful illustrative rendering that Christina gave you in terms of the creation of a nice landmark building here as one is exiting or heading outbound, filling this void with a very attractive building. And at the end of the day, the applicant is asking the board to move on less than 10 feet above what the ordinance allowance would be. 160 feet is the maximum allowed height for the building. That building that you saw in Christina's rendering is 169.9 feet. So less than that 10% threshold would trigger a D variance and kick us over to another board. So this remains within the purview of the planning board. Likewise, in addition to that additional 9.9 feet, the applicant is asking the board to move on 3 additional stories above and beyond what the ordinance would require. Again, that triggers only a 9.9 foot height differential. And I believe a better zoning alternative than a more square or rectangular building at this location, opening up that interior, pulling the building out to the sides more, and then making up for that lost floor plate by moving up a couple of additional stories. The impact is minimal here in the context of this neighborhood and the greater overall varied area that we have from a nicely diversified mix of building forms, uses, and other structures in the area as well. The applicant is asking the board to move on street trees in terms of the number. I think the applicant has done a good job of maxing out in terms of what the street tree capacity is here. We're looking for 15 trees where 20 would be the minimum that's required. There's a practical difficulty when we're alternating every tree with a decorative light or a street light. So we do have separation issues as well. 30 feet is the minimum the maximum that's allowed. We're at 60 feet. So there is an element of hardship here. You heard through Ian's testimony that we will certainly work with the board professionals, see if we can get an extra tree or two somewhere along this facade, along this frontage rather. But you saw through Ian's exhibits here that the applicant is providing a nice soft green edge to the development, which will bring this building down to a human scale at the street level, and I think provide an effective solution here that meets the spirit of the ordinance. Then lastly, I think the councilperson was talking about the cartway relief here and the practical difficulty navigating as we start to work our way to the south from a bike lane standpoint. And the board certainly has opportunity to impose reasonable restrictions in terms of extending that. I think the spirit is that the applicant is willing to work in that regard. To the extent relief is needed, the letter of the ordinance says that the cartway width shall be 49 feet with bicycle infrastructure. The bicycle infrastructure is in place, but that cartway width is less than 49 feet. It's an existing condition. So again, to the extent that relief is required, the applicant is asking the board to move on that as well. So just bringing this back to the letter of the ordinance here. We're in the Jersey Avenue Light Rail Redevelopment Plan in the Commercial Strip Subdistrict. The applicant is availing itself of the Neighborhood District Overlay District, which gives us that affordable housing bonus, bonus B, which would allow for the 14 stories here. Again, we're asking for the 17th story in the interest of a better zoning alternative. In terms of the justification for the relief, I think the board can certainly give deference to the fact that this is an application that is in substantial conformance with the higher tiers of zoning in your zoning regulations. The uses permitted here, retail, residential, hotels, are all permitted. To the extent that there was a concern about affordable housing and not being imposed on the hotel component, it's my understanding, and I can certainly be corrected, that the non-residential component is subject to the non-residential affordable housing fee, as are other non-residential uses throughout New Jersey. So the board can give deference to that as well. Again, in terms of the bulk, the density complies here. The applicant is not asking the board to move on any relief related to the density, related to the floor area. It's just sort of a change of the form of development, but not the overall massing of the development from an intensity of use standpoint. The coverage is going to comply on all sides. The setbacks is going to comply. No relief related to the parking, no relief related to streetscape elements as well. In terms of the overall justifications, I think this is a textbook C2 case where we look at this being a better zoning alternative for the property, where the benefits of this form of development would substantially outweigh any detriments. On the positive side, it's the applicant's burden to show to the board that one or more purposes of the land use law are being advanced. There are about 18 or so of them. I'm sure the board has heard them many times under NJSA 40:55D-2. Again, one has to be met. I find 4 are actually advanced here, including Purpose A, the promotion of the general welfare with fully permitted uses that both implicitly and explicitly serve the public good, including new housing stock, affordable housing, and then service uses that serve the public at large. That's Purpose A. Purpose G, the planning goal to provide for a variety of uses in appropriate locations according to the needs of all New Jersey citizens with that stratified mix of housing types, both on an income and on a bedroom mix scale, goes towards that goal. And the fact that this is going to be infill development that is compatible with the character of the area and certainly not going to overpower this very mixed and diversified form of neighborhood that we have here. I think this building is, again, going to provide a beautiful landmark as travelers are going outbound from the city and from the tunnel. Purpose I is our planning goal for providing a desirable visual environment. Again, an attractive building here and complementary site improvements that are certainly going to add value and quality to the aesthetic character of the area. And then finally, Purpose M, our planning goal for efficient use of land. That's what redevelopment is. That's why we have a state redevelopment plan as opposed to a state development plan. We've run out of land. There's no doubt about it. This is a PA1 zone. This is where our population is supposed to be redirected. Clearly, this will take unproductive land, put it to functional use in accordance with the vision of your redevelopment plan, reverse that stagnation that's out there now, and certainly revitalize the site by pulling people into this area. In terms of the negative criteria, again, for that additional height, that additional 9.9 feet, I believe it's inconsequential when you're dealing with an allowance of 160 feet. The additional 3 stories is a better zoning alternative. And through the testimony of Christina and Ian, I think there's a good record before the board that the relief can be granted here and the project can work and function safely, efficiently, and both comfortably for the people who will live here and will visit here. The board has done what the board always does, is have an interactive process, takes a good plan, makes it better with its input, and I think we've landed at a good spot here. Lastly, relief can be granted without substantial impairment to the zone plan because the applicant has certainly demonstrated and respected the zoning ordinance by adhering to most of the controls, but for just a few which I've given you. In conclusion, the application will continue the positive transformation of the area and the city. The relief here, in my view, is relatively minor, given the greater context, and can be granted here without any substantially adverse impacts. In conclusion, the statutory criteria for grant of relief are met and approval is warranted. Madam Chair, that's all I have on direct.
Thank you, John. I just want to go back to one quick question. I don't know who can answer this question for me. On the rooftop, the amenity area, is that open for the hotel as well, or it's just for the residential purpose only?
It's just for
Here comes Christina.
Yeah, it's for the residential component.
Okay, and if you don't mind, I would like to know what is the square footage for the hotel component, the residential component. I see for the commercial, it's 4,270.
Yes, the residential floor area is 186,695 square feet, and the hotel area is 172,464 square feet.
Okay, thank you. I see Vice Chair Wick. Commissioner Capers, which one?
Vice Chair, you're muted.
Sorry, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yes.
Just real quick, I don't know who this is for, but since there is no parking on site, is there like an operations plan for guests that are coming to the hotel that are coming from out of town with the car? Like, where would they be directed?
Good question.
Just because I know that's already an issue with the neighboring hotel.
Is there, I don't believe there is, because parking's not required at all under the redevelopment plan, but
Would there be a plan in place though? I just feel like that's a barrier.
Commissioner, are you talking about wayfinding signage for the hotel, just to direct motorists to the hotel, drop off, pick up, that type thing?
No, parking she mentioned.
Just, yeah, parking for hotel guests that are driving into this vicinity and staying at the hotel. Is there like a plan that the hotel will have to direct them into a place that they can put their cars nearby?
I mean, that's something they can certainly look into and provide for, because coming in and allow inform them of the public parking garages in the area.
Yeah, I just think that would be helpful.
Yeah.
Correct.
Yep.
Commissioner Conaway?
Yeah, just to piggyback a little bit off of Vice Chair Wick, it was my question was in reference to the parking. So you have affordable units, which is great. Some of them are, family bearing with a 2 and 3 bedroom, but the fact that you guys don't have parking, which is not required, it just seems, the affordable housing is great, but is it really? Going to be used to its full potential, having a 3 bedroom with no car or, not a place to park your car, maybe getting charged an additional fee to park it somewhere else. I just feel like that wasn't completely thought out. Raising a family, possibly not having a car or having to pay for your car to be put somewhere else just doesn't pan out to affordable to me.
Well, yeah, again, and I don't want to like try to be redundant, but I know, the parking isn't required, but then it's the part of the planning process, and um, in the zoning, whenever you provide for affordable housing through the IZO or the affordable housing overlay, the parking requirement is removed. So it's consistent with the overall planning and zoning throughout Jersey City. I understand what you're saying, but that,
Understood. It was more of a statement than a
yeah.
question, but I appreciate. Thank you.
Commissioner Capers.
I just had a quick question. Which phase is the hotel? Are these going to be built which is phase one, the hotel or the residential side?
It's one phase. They're going to be built together.
They're going to be built together?
Yep.
Okay.
I guess just
Thank
to piggyback off of my previous question, this is more of a statement, but in the hotel, marketing or whatever it is, I think that has to be a very transparent part of it, right? Like that there is no parking and what that cost is associated with staying there. More of a comment than a
Right, and I think it's a great comment for ownership to take back.
Councilwoman Little.
Thank you. This is Mr. Harrington. This is a bit of an off-topic question, and to be clear, I recognize this cannot influence our votes on the planning board, but just being aware that this developer has had some other issues with other projects in Jersey City where they've had some stop work orders, and there's been some issues with subcontractors and issues with back pay and I was just wondering if this is something that you've been speaking to the developer with, and if there's a plan in place to make sure these same problems aren't present at this site.
Yeah, they're fully aware of them, and they probably have like 10 projects. I'm just going off the top of my head, and most of them they did not have any issues with stop work orders. I know within the last year they had some, and they did have that issue that you brought up with back pay was it's ownership, but I believe it had to do with the GC for the project, and that is something that they're very well aware of, and they have discussed that with their general contractor to make sure that those do not happen because he's very conscious of his reputation. He's built a lot in Jersey City, and without any incident, and so he's very well aware of that. To make sure that everything goes smoothly going forward.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Harrington. I'm glad to hear it's on everyone's radar.
Commissioner Stamato?
Yes, back to Mr. Harrington.
Hey,
You muted yourself.
You're muted.
Okay, sorry about that again. Okay. Mr. Harrington, those issues, have they been corrected? Everything's been,
Yes.
So there's no problems going forward.
No, there's no open issues now. Those were corrected like 4 or 5 months ago, at least.
All right, thank you.
Commissioner Conaway.
Yeah, just so you said that they were corrected. So are they using like different people, or is it the same general contractor, or is the contractor just not using that subcontractor? I didn't get the full, information on the background, but you saying it's fixed. I just wanted to know how it got fixed.
Well, I know like it's the same contractor because those stop work orders were with regard to two projects that they resolved those issues, and I think that was resolved back in January. Um, and it's the same general contract because you're not going to change horses in the middle of the race, right? But the the other issue with back pay that I'm not familiar, I know it's been resolved, but that was something well before that as well.
And would they be using said contractor with this new development?
I don't know for sure. I think they are proposing to use them, but
I would caution the commissioners from any further questions regarding this. That is not the subject of
I was
this
mainly looking
application.
out for personal safety,
Yeah,
as far as
it is not the subject of this what you're looking to review. So, and I mean you as the commissioners, not that you.
One last question then, for flooding. So being that it's already above the flood line, has any study been done just to show that, in event of a big storm or anything, like there would be like the 5 feet above, is that like adequate enough? Or just because that's the minimum or that's the requirement, that's just what you guys went with? Or was there a study that kind of got you to where that is?
There was no additional studying. It was designed per the state standards.
Okay. Thank you so much. No more questions.
Is there any other questions from the board?
No.
Okay.
Just it's really kind of a clarification from Santo.
Sure, Commissioner Kaplan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Santo, could you just clarify a little bit what we're approving here, what we're reviewing, and what are the correct kind of key considerations that we should be thinking about and what we shouldn't be thinking about on this application?
So all of the things we just talked about with respect to the particular applicant's past history, we should not be considering. I understand the concern, but it's not this board's concern. Those are enforcement issues to be dealt by other departments and agencies within the city and the state. The applicant's proposing an application. It's for a preliminary and final site plan application. So I think we're all pretty clear as to what the guiding standard of that is, how the site functions, safety of the site, ingress and egress to the site. While it is good to question things such as what happens if somebody drives to the hotel, what do they do with their car? There's no requirement to address that issue under the zoning ordinance. So to question and contemplate an issue in terms of the parking demand when one is not needed because of the way the zoning is laid out is inappropriate. They have 3 variances that they're seeking in conjunction with their application. You heard what those variances were. I believe several shade trees. I believe the height of the building and another de minimis variance based on the design of the building. Mr. McDonough testified with respect to what the reason for the increase in height is in terms of, well, we can make the building shorter, but if we make the building shorter, we lose the courtyard and we have these other pressing issues that happen. So that talked all towards his justification why the board would consider that variance, why he believes it's appropriate. We haven't heard from Mr. Ward yet. I am sure Mr. Ward is going to give his testimony with respect to that issue. But when we deal with properties of this size and nature, applications of this size and nature, you're going to have some deviations because we're in a redevelopment plan. You're going to have some deviations from the application. The question is it justified? If the same number of units get built in a slightly shorter building, is that better? Maybe it is, maybe it isn't. That's kind of what you're weighing, right? With respect to the affordable housing component, again, that's mandated to us by the governing body. So the governing body has written this plan and said, here's what the affordable housing requirement is if you do X, Y, and Z. It's this percent of the residential component. The commercial component is separate and apart. So I understand the redevelopment plan. Mr. Ward will speak to it. The hotel is a required component of this project. It's not as if the applicant decided, I want to build a hotel, so I'm going to propose a hotel. The redevelopment plan dictated you need a hotel component, you need a residential component. And the affordable is based on residential, not the hotel component. If they wanted to convert the hotel from hotel rooms to residential rooms to dormitories to commercial condominiums where there's going to be office space in there, they can't just do that. They'd have to go through all sorts of processes in order to do that, and they may not be able to do that. So with respect to what we're charged with here tonight, it's to look at the site plan and weigh the site plan along with those three variances as proposed, and whether or not Mr. McDonough put it forth under what he described as the C2 flex variance, detriments, and outweighing those detriments. I'm sure Mr. Ward will go through that himself and explain that. So I won't provide that analysis to you, but that's kind of what we're looking at. If you have concerns about safety, safety is always a legitimate concern. But again, it's not to deny the application, but to get the applicant to work with the board in order to put forth the best possible site plan that everybody believes is the safest possible site plan. So things like, do we want the bump outs or do we not want the bump outs at that particular intersection? While it may be that it makes the intersection function better, the inverse might be true. Maybe it makes it worse. And if infrastructure and traffic are guiding us, of course, we always listen to their recommendations as they know what they're doing, up, down, left, right. You can't look at these things in a complete vacuum. You have to be cognizant and conscientious of the rest of what's being developed and the overall plan for the neighborhood, the area, the city, and then the state. So if that helps, I'm happy. If it doesn't help and you need further explanation, I will try to provide it.
Thank you, Counselor.
Thank you, Santo. Matt, I just have a quick question. Hypothetically, if this application had came in with residential and commercial space only and no hotel, would that fall within the commercial strip district, neighborhood district overlay?
Yeah, so yes, they are in the commercial strip district as well as the neighborhood district overlay. There's a menu of permitted commercial uses within a certain distance of 14th Street. Beyond that is the only area where residential is permitted on this piece of property. The overlay doesn't actually require them to do any particular commercial use. They are actually choosing to do the hotel use and proposing it. And it's obviously a component of this project that's been testified to quite a bit, and some good questions asked and answered. But it is not necessarily a required component.
So it could have been residential only.
Yeah, but then they would have also, I think they testified to the fact that there's over or near 100,000 square feet of hotel space. That would all disappear from this project. So they would be essentially leaving off a lot of bulk out of the project that they would otherwise be allowed to build. Now they are asking for some height variances and some encroachment variances, but they could propose a conforming project, regardless. But they have chose to seek relief in this case.
If I could add that, just to clarify that hotel space could not be used for residential space.
No. Yeah, the overlay is specific that the residential is only allowed on this particular lot a certain distance from 14th Street.
So for the Marion side that the hotel is on, what could have been used there? What could have been there? If there was no hotel component?
I don't have the redevelopment plan in front of me, but I assume it is a menu of uses that are compliant with the commercial strip district. And hotel is one of them.
Yeah, you could, if I could add, yeah, I do have it
Sure.
here. You could have offices,
Sure.
offices, medical offices, retail, sales of goods, restaurants, bars, nightclubs. It actually says light industrial and warehouse as well, daycare centers, and a mix of the uses.
Okay. Thank you. If there's no other questions from the board, I would like now to open to the public. Any other questions from the board before I go
No.
to the public? No. At this time, I would like to open to the public.
If there's no one from the public, I'd like to close the public portion.
Second.
That.
Okay. So staff prepared a memo dated November 19th, 2025. And in that, we summarize the application, go over the variances, and have some staff comments to which that they've addressed. We also have staff recommended conditions in the event that the board makes a motion to approve this application. There are 6 conditions in that memo that we'd ask the applicant's counsel to confirm if they would comply with those.
Yes, we would. And we would also comply with the representations during the presentation with regard to the green infrastructure in the bump outs on the corner, and to coordinate efforts to extend the bike lane from 12th to 14th Street with the city and the Port Authority. And
yeah, I think that there is also some back and forth, and I just want to highlight it. And when I talk about that, there was also some discussion about working on the final design along Marin Boulevard to include those bump outs, or potentially include those bump outs with landscaping or bioswale, as well as accommodate loading and drop off.
Yeah.
I believe it's best for that design to be done ahead of signature plans being released. Is that something that you can agree to?
Yes, yes, and we would agree to coordinate that final design with the Department of Infrastructure and Jersey City Traffic Engineering.
Right. Okay, as aligned in their memo. Okay.
Did
Regarding
you get the Commissioner Barnaby had mentioned about the street tree?
Yeah,
Trees?
we'll work with the staff to add trees, if possible, given the spacing requirements, and utilities, as well as other trees on those certain street frontages. And you'll look at, I think you already said it, Mr. Harrington, but we'll look to add bike lanes south to 12th Street, if possible, and or work with the Port Authority to hopefully get those incorporated or built.
Correct.
Regarding the variances, these are similar to other projects we've had along this corridor with regards to the maximum height and even encroachments, and a number of stories. We agree with the testimony that their professional planner put on the record. We do believe that this meets the C2 criteria for granting a variance, and staff recommends approval.
Madam Chair.
Yeah.
Matt, just one other thing. I think it was a minor point, but discussed. The applicant said they'd work with the MUA regarding inlet locations along the curb lines. Is that correct?
Yeah, if there's bump outs to be done, they're going to have to move catch basins.
Perfect. Thank you.
Mr. Harrington, are you okay with the conditions?
Yes, we are.
Okay. At this time, I would like to entertain a motion.
Hi, I would like to make a motion to approve case P2025-0068 as presented to the board with this evening with all stated conditions from the plan.
Second.
Vice Chair Wick?
Yeah, I was honestly torn with this one just because of all the variances included. But after kind of redirecting myself with what our job is on the planning board, and everything that was included in the testimony this evening, I will vote yes.
Commissioner Barnaby,
Aye.
Commissioner Kaplan,
Aye.
Commissioner Conaway,
No.
Commissioner Patel,
Aye.
Commissioner Capers. You might have been muted. I'm sorry, I wasn't.
And Matt, could you just go over the variances again that they're gonna agree
Sure.
to?
There's a variance for height and stories. There's a variance for height and feet. Number of street trees, although they are going to be complying with the contribution to fund those trees, planted somewhere else. Maximum street tree distance, a front yard setback, and the bicycle circulation and lane width, although I believe they could technically be meeting that potentially after working with staff.
Okay, so based on hearing that, I mean, I do have some safety concerns, but it's outside of our parameters, so I'm gonna vote aye.
Commissioner Stamato,
Aye.
Councilwoman Little,
Aye.
Madam Chair Gangaden.
Yeah, this was a tough one. Having considered all the variances and having dug down into what could be the use of the Marion Boulevard side of it, and it's clear to me that a hotel would be the better use at this time. I would have loved to see more affordable housing units in this building because of the location. It's an ideal location. But I'm gonna vote aye.
Motion carries on a motion approved with conditions, 8-4 and 1 against.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mike, do you want to take a 5?
If we could just go a little more, maybe do the next application, and then I feel like one break can hopefully bring us to the end.
Okay. All right, this is not a tough one, so let's go.
Famous last words, Mike.
I'll call case P2025-0099, preliminary and final major site plan, 53 Beacon Avenue. Mr. Wine?
Good evening, Madam Chair, Commissioners. Can everybody hear me all right?
Yes.
Good to see everybody as always. For the record, Benjamin Wine of Prime Tuvela Misselli on behalf of the applicants Anil and Avani Patel. This is a notice case, and we actually provided several notices over the course of the last few months. Most recently, because we moved to the Zoom setting, we did provide a notice for I believe it was the second June meeting, which was subsequently adjourned here this evening. So I'll defer to council on our notice.
Thank you, Mr. Wine. I am in receipt of your affidavit of publication proof of mailing with respect to the application at 53 Beacon here in the city. Had the opportunity to review it. It does appear to be in order, and the market is A1 for the record.
Thank you, counsel. So as I said, the owners of the property are Neil and Avani Patel, and the subject property is located at 53 Beacon Avenue. And for the record, that's block 5905, lot 14 in the R1 zone. This is kind of a unique one in that ordinarily this application would be viewed as a minor site plan if it was a ground up construction, as we are at approximately 5,200 square feet of gross floor area. But because your ordinance does say if you're adding more than 2,500 square feet to an existing building, you trigger major site plan approval. So it's a little bit of a nuance, but at the end of the day, what we are proposing is a 2-unit addition to an existing single family residence that would bring the total unit count on the property to 3 units and approximately 5,200 square feet of gross floor area. As per your R1 zoning requirements as well, since we are adding a 3rd unit to a 2,500 square foot lot, we will be making that fractional payment to the Affordable Housing Trust Fund in order to accommodate that third unit on site. As part of the application, we are not creating any variances at all. In fact, we're eliminating a couple of variances and bettering a couple of conditions along the way, including removing non-conforming curb cut and front yard parking from the property, as well as the ability to actually provide 4 street trees on this standard size lot due to the fact that we are a corner and can wrap the property. As I said, there are no variances associated with the application. There is an existing coverage condition that is going to remain, while, like I said, we are able to remove a number of other variances, including the parking, the curb cut. We have a fence that's presently within the public right-of-way that will be removed. And as I said, we will be adding 4 street trees to the property. So with that, I have one witness that I intend to call this evening, our project architect, Jeff Lewis.
Thank you, Mr. Klein.
I do see Jeff.
Hey, Mike. Hi, Jeff. I'll swear you in. You swear any testimony you give tonight is going to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
And for the record, can you state and spell your name?
Jeffrey Lewis, Jeffrey-Lewis.
Thank you.
Mr. Lewis, is your license current and in good standing?
Yes, it is.
Okay, you may proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. I'm going to start by bringing up my screen. Thank you. Just tell me when it comes up.
I will. Yes, now I see me. Now I see the plans. And just to confirm for the record, Jeff, the plans you're going to share this evening are in fact the plans that have been with the board more than 10 days in advance of tonight's meeting. Is that correct?
That is correct, yes.
Okay. So, Madam Chair, we have no need to mark any exhibits.
Thank you.
Can you guys zoom in a little bit, please? Thank you.
You want me to zoom in on?
Yeah, on your plan.
Okay. I mean, I would like to have these two up at the same time, and this is as big as I could get it for now.
Okay,
I can
that's
zoom
good.
in if anyone
No,
needs it.
that's very good. Perfect.
Okay, great. Okay.
Mr. Lewis,
So
when you
53
start
Beacon.
presenting, just zoom in for everybody when you're talking about different areas.
Sure, I can do that. Okay. So 53 Beacon, as was mentioned, we're located at the corner of Beacon Avenue and Baldwin Avenue. It's a 50 by 50 lot, so we have that 2,500 square feet, but it is in a regular shape. There's an existing 2-story, 1-family building that you can see right here, which will be remaining on the, you can see it to the left here on the existing site plan. And then you can see that we're adding a new 3-story, 2-unit addition, which will be attached to that existing building located at the corner of the property, which you could see down here on the proposed site plan. So in order to do this, I want to start with some of the site conditions that we'll be improving. So if I could, I'll just slide over and get a little closer. So we are proposing all new concrete curbs, which will remove a non-conforming curb cut. We're doing all new sidewalks. We're proposing 4 new street trees, as was mentioned. There are existing fences. Let me go back to the existing on the left here. You can see there's an existing fence on Baldwin Street, which is actually about 1.8 feet into the right-of-way. And then there's this existing fence on Beacon Avenue, which is about 5.3 feet into the existing right-of-way. So both of these fences will be removed. And as you can see, the space where those fences were will be replaced with concrete sidewalk. So the sidewalk will be widened. The space will be returned to the public right-of-way. We do also have 2 staircases, one here going up and then a smaller one going down. These also intrude into the public right-of-way, and those are going to remain. However, I think what you can see a little bit here, here's our neighbor's property. You can see their fence actually extends out to about the same distance that our stair does and continues down the street. And actually, this is a very common condition along Beacon Avenue here. You'll see many houses that have both that fence out there as well as their stairs out into the public right-of-way. So we don't think this is going to be a huge problem for the neighborhood. Looking at the new addition, it is built up to the property line at the corner. That matches our building along Beacon Avenue and then matches our neighbor to the left on Baldwin Avenue. We are providing a 3-foot walkway between that neighbor and our building. And we're using that space to provide our meters and utilities, as well as access to the backyard. We do have a few different landscape areas, and they're spread out throughout the site. We have one larger one in the backyard here, one lawn area to the side yard here of the existing building, and then underneath the front cantilever, we have another planted area at the corner of the property here. As was mentioned, there are some existing nonconformities here. We are not making any of them worse. I do want to just go over them briefly just so you understand them. The first would be the front yard setback of the existing building, which is 0 feet. However, we do want to, in this as part of this program, keep the existing building. We think that the building fits in with the neighborhood. We think that it's a benefit both environmentally and to the neighborhood itself to not have to deal with all that demolition and all that debris. So we think that it's valuable to keep the building here. And it's the same with the rear yard setback, where we would, as a corner lot, need that rear corner that would be 15 feet and 15 feet. And you could see the existing building only has an 11-foot setback. However, we are compensating in a way for that with a 29-foot 7 setback here, where 15 feet would be required. So the rear yard itself is more square footage than would be required, but just the dimensions are a little off. The third is lot coverage, where on the existing property, we had a lot of concrete and a large shed in the backyard, which will be removed and replaced with this new addition, which would be the same size as what we're removing. So we're keeping the square footage of lot coverage exactly the same. And I would argue we're improving this a little bit by, on the rooftop, adding over 500 square feet of green roof trays. And then lastly, it's parking, where we did have front yard parking and a non-conforming curb cut, both of which would be removed as part of this plan. Okay, so with that, I'm going to move on to the floor plans and walk through them briefly. We're going to start with the first floor, and I think it makes sense to walk through these one unit at a time. And I'm going to start with the existing building, which is the top of the drawing. It's this section here. There's very little that's being done to this building itself. It is a 3-bedroom, 3-bath unit. It's 2,512 square feet in total. The main entry is that stair that leads to the front porch here, where they have their main entry on the ground floor. This is all living space, so it's living room, dining room, kitchen, as well as one full bedroom and stairs up and down. Moving to the down first, this is the existing basement of the existing building. We're not making any changes. Everything that we're showing here is existing. So that includes the family room, an office, a bathroom, and then all of the utilities for the building, which include the HVAC as well as a washer dryer. The only thing that we're changing down here is we're putting in some new windows and doors. If they're not new, they're actually being replaced. So we're replacing old windows with new windows and old door with a new door. And then lastly, I'm going to go up to what is the existing second floor of that existing building, which you can see here. And here we have 3 bedrooms and 1 bathroom. Not helping. So after this, I want to move on to the apartment number 1. This is a 1-bedroom, 1.5-bath apartment, a total of 1,515 square feet. On the first floor, it's living, dining, kitchen, 1.5 bathrooms, as well as a bedroom in the back. There's also a stair down to the basement. This is just finished storage space, so there's no bathroom down here. We have our utilities for the apartment, our washer dryer for the apartment, as well as a sprinkler closet for the whole building, as the building will be fully sprinklered. We also have in the back here some sliding doors and a stair out to that backyard area. And then lastly, we have apartment number 2. This is located on the 2nd and 3rd floor of the new addition. It's a 4-bedroom, 3-bath apartment, 1,955 square feet in total. On the 2nd floor here, we have living, dining, kitchen, washer, dryer, 1 bath, and 1 bedroom. Up on the 3rd floor, we have 3 additional bedrooms, 2 additional bathrooms, as well as a small office space located here. And then on the new rooftop, we have a roof deck. The roof deck is set back 10 feet from each of the street frontages. We end up with a total of 223 square feet of roof deck area, and then 518 square feet of green roof trays in front of that. So here we're moving on to the elevations. This is the Beacon Avenue elevation with the existing building here on the right and the proposed building here on the left, or the proposed addition, excuse me, on the left. So the main finish of this addition is an off-white brick. We're using that on all 3 floors of the main building. We're using that to refinish the piers of the porch on the front of the new building, on the existing building, excuse me, as well as the basement level of the existing building will be that same off-white brick. Everything else, the 2 upper floors are currently vinyl siding that will be replaced with new off-white vinyl siding. The front columns are going to be rewrapped in AZEK. We have some new cornices that we're adding. That includes a dark gray metal wrapped cornice at the porch level, as well as 3-foot-high metal wrapped cornices at both the roof level of the existing building, as well as the roof of the proposed addition. There's a new metal staircase which goes up to the new building entry. This entry has some modern doors and actually has 3 entries, 1 for each of the apartments. After that, I would say the last thing here is that we do have all new black frame windows and black doors. And we do have a black panel infill here just to keep the window pattern working. But there's a bathroom here, so we wanted to have just a transom window as opposed to a full window there. Here, we're moving on to the Baldwin Avenue elevation. These are the same finishes, so almost all of this is that off-white brick with the same cornice at the top. The only thing here I think you can notice is that we do have a 5-foot cantilever at the corner, which helps to open up the corner at grade a little bit and give us a little more planting area. Here we're looking at the rear elevation. And what you see is the existing building on the left, the proposed building on the right. This entire finish will be vinyl siding, the same off-white vinyl siding that the main building is finished with a smooth stucco finish below. And again, we do have new basement windows and doors, as I mentioned down here. Lastly, we have the side elevation. This is showing the existing building in silhouette. And here is what we see of the addition beyond that building. And we'll have the same finishes as we had on the rear with the stucco at the base and off-white vinyl siding above, and then the same black frame windows and doors that we're showing on the front of the building. That concludes my presentation. Is there anything else you want me to address, Ben, before I wrap that up?
Jeff, I just want to confirm, I know that it's been a hot button issue lately in the city with PSE&G, knowing that the meters sometimes have to be on a front facade. If you could just confirm that given kind of our unique orientation with that additional setback in the rear, that we are actually comfortably able to place those utilities back there?
We do have the clearances that PSE&G would require to put the utilities in the back, yes.
Okay, thank you. Madam Chair, I have nothing further for Mr. Lewis.
Thank you. Mr. Lewis, based upon your drawing there that I'm looking at, is a firewall required by any chance if it's attached?
So it's not technically a firewall, but there would be a fire-rated wall between the units, as there are between any unit. So there would be a firewall between them, yes.
Okay, thank you.
But it wouldn't be like the legal definition. It would be what's required, but not the legal definition of a firewall. It's a little different.
Thank you. Is there any other comments from the board?
Oh.
No.
If there's no comments from the board, I would like to open to the public. Is there anyone from the public?
If there's no one from the public, I'd like to close the public portion.
Seconded.
Public is closed. Our planner, Ben?
Yes, upon reviewing the application, I can confirm what Mr. Wine said. There are no variances associated with this application, and it does advance the goals of the R1 zone by providing compatible infill and preserving on-street parking. So with that all being said, staff supports the project and recommends approval.
Thank you. Mr. Wine, are you in?
Yes, and I'll just add to that, we agree to the conditions outlined in your report, Ben.
Thank you.
Okay.
I forgot to mention that. Yeah.
Okay.
I got you.
Ben, I didn't see a staff memo on the website, so if you can send us a copy of it, if you don't mind, please.
Yeah, I can send you a copy of the staff memo. It is available in the portal.
Thank you. I would like to I'm sorry, Council Person Little.
I'm so sorry. I just have a quick question that's really procedural in nature. I don't have any issues with the design. But I saw that temporary waivers were requested for affidavits of service and publication, and in the waiver it stated that they will be completed once the public hearing has been scheduled and notice has been sent. I couldn't find those in the portal. Were they provided and I just wasn't able to locate them?
Yeah, so councilperson, I did send them over to Mr. Black, and I believe Mr. Lampe marked them into evidence at the beginning of the meeting.
Okay, great. Thank you.
And sometimes for whatever reason, so just so you understand, councilperson, they don't come in 10 days in advance because it's 10-day notice. A lot of the time they don't make their way onto the portal. When we were in person, we were handing them in. And obviously with the Zoom, it's being emailed to both Cameron and myself.
Thank you.
Thank you. At this time, I'd like to entertain a motion.
I'm so sorry. Just to clarify one thing, is the vinyl siding used as the primary cladding for the facade of the building or just the sides?
Jeff, you're muted.
Yes, I saw. Yeah, vinyl siding is the only siding that we're proposing. So it's mostly brick, and vinyl siding would be the secondary material.
Brick where?
The entire new addition on both front facades is brick.
Okay, I got you. Okay, thank you.
Any other questions before I ask for a motion? Okay, I'll entertain a motion.
I'd like to make a motion to approve case P2025-0099 as presented to the board this evening.
I second it.
Commissioner Wick,
Aye.
Commissioner Barnaby,
Aye.
Commissioner Patel,
Aye.
Commissioner Kaplan,
Aye.
Commissioner Stamato,
Aye.
Councilperson Little,
Aye.
Commissioner Capers,
Aye.
Commissioner Conaway,
Aye.
and Madam Chair Gongada.
Yeah, I like the design of the building, the addition, so I'll vote aye.
All right, motion carries. All in favor.
Thank you,
Thank
everybody.
you.
See
Thank
you in a
you.
minute.
Thank you.
We'll take a break, but when we come back, we will be calling both cases 11 and 12, P2025-0184 and P2025-0185 together. We'll take a break and we'll be back at 9:15.
Thanks, everyone.
You can do it. Oh.
Ms. Cam back?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, with the echo.
Cam, are you there?
Yeah, I've been back.
Okay, so we are going to call these two cases, which will run us over 10 o'clock. Probably, it would probably take us into the late after 10. So what I would like to do is to call on the other cases, the attorneys, to see if they would carry.
Gene O'Connell's been promoted.
Hey, Cam.
Hi, Gene, how are you?
Good, Madam Chairperson. Very well. How are you tonight?
Good.
That was an interesting case, the one you just had. Very interesting. Yeah, I can you carry me to the 25th, Cam?
We can.
Which case
All
is
right.
that, Cam?
That's agenda item 17.
17?
Case
Okay.
P2025-0186, 130 Central Avenue. That matter is being carried to the August 25th meeting. No further notice required.
Thank you, Santo.
Thank you,
Appreciate
Jim.
it. Thank you, everybody. Have a good night.
Thank you.
You too.
Gene.
Promoting James McCann.
Good evening, Ms. McCann.
Good evening, Madam Chair. Good evening, board members, council, and staff. Jim McCann from the law firm of Connell Foley, appearing on behalf of the applicant, 100 Water Street Phase 2 LLC, in case number P20260025. It's item 16 on the agenda. Giving my consent to carry this application, hopefully also to August 25th.
Cam, are we okay with that?
Yes.
Okay. So case P2026-0025, 100 Water Street, 129 Yale Avenue, and 165 Yale Avenue will be carried to August 25th.
No further notice required. If you're here on that application, this is your notice, August 25th. No further notice will be sent to you. Thank you, Mr. McCann. Do you have anything else?
No, thank you very much. Appreciate your time as always, everybody, and have a good night.
Thank you. Ms. Aline, 20 and 21?
I have a number of matters that I would request be carried with preservation of notice to August 25th, starting with case P20260047. That's item 13, 100 Kellogg Street.
Okay.
I have matters 19 and 20, which are related cases, case P 2025-0239 and P 2025-0240, which are 197 and 199 Webster Avenue.
Give me those case numbers, please.
Sure.
Sure.
Those were
The numbers, the way they were numbered.
19 and 20.
Thank you.
No, it's 2021.
Oh, I'm sorry. I might be looking at it older.
So case P2025-0239, 197 Webster Avenue. Case P2025-0240, 199 Webster Avenue. Both of those matters are being carried to the August 25th hearing. No further notice required. If you're here on those matters, August 25th, you will not receive further notice.
Moving on to case P2024-0106, which is 120 Theodore Conrad Drive. I would also request that be carried.
It's number 24 on the agenda. Case P2024-0106, 120 Theodore Conrad Drive is being carried to August 25th with preservation of the notice. If you're here on that matter, there will be no further notice. This is your notice, August 25th.
Item 25, which is case P2025-0160, 89 Ocean. Also ask that that be carried with preservation of notice.
To August 25th, Cam?
We're just gonna put everything on this agenda. There were 4 items carried, smaller cases, so we're just gonna put all of the items that aren't getting heard tonight on August 25th.
Okay.
Very good. So
Thank
case
you.
P2025-0160, 89 Ocean Avenue is being carried to August 25th with preservation of notice. There'll be no further notice if you're here on that matter. August 25th, no further notice.
One final one, item 30, case P2024-0198, 300 Central Avenue.
It's case 29 on the agenda. It is docket P2024-0198, 300 Central Avenue. It is being carried to August 25th with preservation of notice. There will be no further notice. This is the notice, August 25th. Mr. Lean, are you not on 146 Academy Street? It's case number 28.
That does not
Veronica is
bring.
listed as the attorney.
I am not the attorney on that. No.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Lee.
Thank you.
Mr. Joseph?
Council, I'm here on case 15. This is P2024-0099. I will just say, I'm sure everyone notices this is a P2024 case number. So it was actually originally on an agenda in June of last year, and for just various reasons fell through the cracks, got carried, got bumped, canceled meetings, whatever it is. So I would just
Can
ask
we
the
move
board.
this one up on the agenda?
We can
Got to go after 555 Summit.
okay. We're talking about 565 Community Park.
Correct, since it's a 2024 case.
Really appreciate that. Thank
I
you.
think I know it's been clogging the agenda for about 2 years.
Council, I recognize the irony in what I'm saying.
So case P2024-0099, 565 Communal Avenue. It's going to be carried to August 25th with preservation of notice. There will be no further notice. This is that notice. If you're here on that matter, we will see you on August 25th.
Thank you. Greatly appreciate your time.
19 is yours as well?
292 Van Horn, Mr. Joseph.
Yes, 292 Van Horn. Thank you. 292 Van Horn. That is also mine. We would request that get carried as well. It's
So case P
2025.
2025-0138, 292 Van Horn. That matter is being carried to August 25th with preservation of notice. If you are here on that application, will not be heard this evening. It will be heard on August 25th. This is your notice.
Thank you. And my other cases, I believe, were already carried at the start of the.
Correct.
Correct.
Case number 28 P2025-0161. Is anybody appearing on that matter?
No, Veronica. Neal.
Council, Veronica Chamil corresponded with the secretary and I before the meeting, intending to carry.
Okay.
All right, so case P2025-0161, 146 Academy Street is being carried to the August 25th meeting with preservation of notice. If you are here on that application, it will be heard on August 25th. There'll be no further notice. This is your notice. We will see you on August 25th. And out of an abundance of caution, case P2025-0169, it's case number 30. It's 506 Summit Ave. That is also being carried to August 25th with preservation of notice. So if you are here on that application, we'll be on the August 25th hearing, and there will be no further notice for that application as well. Madam Chair, I think that brings us back to
I think there's one more, case, number 14. Matt?
That item's being carried to the next meeting, August 11th. That's the Rossi.
Okay.
So I'll.
Case P2026-0180 has been carried to August 25th?
No, August 11th.
11th? Okay.
That's the real discussion of the amendments to Chapter 239 of the Municipal Code.
Okay. All right, back to our business. I would like to call case P2026-0184, preliminary and final major subdivision. Address is 235 16th Street. And I would like to call case number 12, case P2025-0185, preliminary and final major site plan, 235 16th Street.
Good evening, Madam Chair, Commissioners. For the record, Benjamin Wine of Prime Tuvel and Maselli on behalf of the applicant, Holland Gardens LLC. So this application, I just want to start by first and foremost taking the opportunity to thank Ms. Pereira, Mr. Ward, Ms. Marione, and quite honestly, all the divisions within the city, as this is an application, as you'll see here this evening, that is incredibly nuanced with a lot of unique features, a lot of major benefits to the public, and an overall good sense of bringing to life the redevelopment plan that it seeks to emulate. So I want to take that opportunity to thank them. This has taken quite some time to get here, and we're very proud of what we're going to present tonight. So without further ado, the application before you is for the property located at 235 16th Street, and that's block 7101 lot 1, located within the Jersey Avenue Light Rail Redevelopment Plan in the Neighborhood District, and specifically the Holland Gardens Overlay Bonus. So this is a very large piece of property. It's approximately 3.3 acres, bounded by Jersey Avenue, Erie Street, 16th Street, and an alleyway that was formerly the vacated 15th Street, which we are seeking to bring back to life as part of our subdivision and site plan application. As I'm sure everybody on this board is familiar, the property is currently improved with several garden apartment buildings representing the Holland Gardens residences, owned and operated by the Jersey City Housing Authority. They have partnered with my client, with Wind Development, to bring this property to life. And as we hope you'll agree when you go through the presentation here this evening, this is going to be quite the statement piece from an aesthetic and a functional perspective, as well as I'm proud to say, and I've never worked on an application like this, that provides 40% affordable housing within the development. So it's quite significant, and you'll hear about that more in greater detail as we go through. So as I indicated, and I apologize for the lengthy background, but I think it is relevant. So we are going to demolish the existing site improvements and subdivide the property into 2 new lots. One lot will measure approximately 80,000 square feet, and the second would be approximately 40,000 square feet. If you did the math, we're about 22,000, I'm sorry, square feet short of what it is now, 24,000. And that's actually going to be what we're proposing to vacate in favor of the city to bring that 15th Street extension back to life and dedicate that to the city with significant improvement. Within what we'll call the north lot, we are proposing a new 24-story mixed-use building that will consist of 621 residential dwelling units, 24,000 square feet of commercial space, and 385 parking spaces. On the south lot, we're proposing 3 new buildings that will be connected. There will be a library building that will measure 5 stories. There will be a senior building that will measure 8 stories, and then a family residential building that will measure another 8 stories. The senior building will consist of 102 senior housing residences, and the family building will consist of 30 residential dwelling units. And of course, the library building will consist of the library as well as a community center. So overall, for those keeping score, that's a total of 753 new residential dwelling units, incorporating the senior housing and the residential, 24,000 square feet of commercial space, 385 parking spaces, and 22,000 square feet of library and community center space. Moreover, I just want to add as well that given that the project is being driven by the Housing Authority, and as I mentioned, 40% of the housing overall is intended to be affordable housing, which you'll hear about in detail, we've had a wonderful opportunity to partner with the Housing Authority. And as you'll hear, this entire experience was driven by the current residents of the Holland Gardens facility. So it's not that a developer came in and said, I'd like to build a large building that doesn't exist today. This was actually driven by the residents who said, we're looking for new infrastructure, an upgrade to our current living facilities. And again, as you'll hear from the Housing Authority itself momentarily, it's really being driven by those residents. Over the course of time, there have been approximately 20 meetings with the residents, and that's not an exaggeration, 20 meetings with the residents of Holland Gardens, several of which were actually open to the greater public as well. And what's ultimately being proposed here tonight is the construction equivalent of what I would call a custom-made suit or a tailor-made dress, specifically curated to the desires of the Housing Authority residents, with each component carefully curated to meet the goals of the redevelopment plan and the Holland Gardens residents. We do have some relief for you here this evening, for which we'll provide testimony. On paper, it looks like several deviations, but in reality, this is the culmination of a redevelopment plan that was developed without even a concept in front of city planning. And so I give a lot of credit to city planning and to our project team to have come up with a project that brings that to life with truly minor deviations from the actual specific standards. You'll hear from our planner how those deviations can be granted, but just to put them into the record right from the outset, we have the building height for the north building is 263.42 feet, where 254.71 feet is permitted. We have the tower height itself on that north building of 210.08 feet, where 204.71 feet is permitted. This is what's primarily driving that. We have the number of stories, 24 are proposed where 23 are permitted. We also have on the tower itself, 19 of those stories instead of 18 that are permitted. We have a 1% increase on, and this is quite an unusual one, but the length of frontage exceeding the permitted building height is 1% over, 61% proposed where 60% is permitted. We have a building step back from Erie Street deviation, 5 feet is required, and we are at the property line there at 0 feet. We have a roof appurtenance setback in one location where 13 feet is required, and we have 7.92 feet. We also have a loading space depth of 32 feet where 40 feet is required. We have an interior lot setback of 2.56 feet where 10 feet is required. We actually have a curb cut that's slightly greater than what's permitted. 20 feet is permitted, and we have 26 feet. Also at the property lines, our lighting intensity in certain spaces does exceed that 0.5 foot candle regulation. And then the landscape buffer in those areas as well is compliant for the majority of the project, but in certain spaces is not compliant. So we did seek that relief as well. So while we are going to present the entirety of the project here this evening, you are also going to hear from our civil engineer how we intend to phase the development. So I do want you to keep that in mind as we go through. So without further ado, I have 4 witnesses I intend to call this evening and a 5th who's waiting in the wings, our traffic engineer, who again will be available if there are any questions or comments. But I'd like to go in order, in the following order. So Stephen Sia, who is counsel to the Jersey City Housing Authority, is going to present momentarily. Jesper Ryberg from PSNS is going to speak to the architecture, and I would tell you he is probably the bulk of our testimony here this evening. Mark Cifelli, also of PSNS, is our civil engineer to touch on the actual site improvements being proposed. And finally, Kate Keller is our professional planner who will take us home on those variances and deviations that I just listed. So I know that was a mouthful, but Madam Chair, unless you have any questions of me, I'm happy to proceed with Mr. Sia.
Thought you did the presentation right there.
Madam Chair, we're going to mark
Motion.
the notice when we get a moment.
Yes.
Council Wine, can you ask your professional Jess to raise their hand because there's nobody in the audience named Jess?
I don't think I said, oh, Jesper, I'm sorry.
Jesper, okay.
Yeah.
I do not see Jesper either.
Jesper Ryberg. We'll try to sort that out. I'll text him, but in the meantime, we can certainly get
Oh,
started.
I see JRY Berg. I'm assuming
That'll be him.
Okay.
That'll be him. And I do see Stephen, Kate, and Mark elevated. And as I said, I just got a text from our traffic engineer, Gary Dean, that he got knocked out of power in the storm and is having trouble. So again, he is around. If we need him, we'll sort that out when we get there. So without further ado, Council, if you'd like to mark our notices.
I would like to mark the notice. So, Madam Chairman, receive the affidavit of publication, proof of mailing with respect to case P2025-0184 and P2025-0185. It is a combined notice. They appear to be in order, and we're going to mark them as A1 for purpose of the record.
Thank you, Santa.
Thank you. All right, so with that, so I do see Stephen Sia, who's the executive director of the Housing Authority. So Steve, if you can go ahead and unmute, and Mike will get you sworn in.
Hi, Stephen. I see you. I'll swear you in if you could raise your right hand. Do you swear any testimony you give tonight is going to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
And for the record, can you state and spell your name?
Yes, Stephen Sia, that's spelled Stephen, last name CEA.
Thank you.
Stephen, are you testifying as a licensed witness?
No, Madam Chair, I am testifying as the executive director. I'm going to give a little perspective as to how we got here.
Sure.
But I am a lawyer by trade, but I am the executive director. So that is my position.
Thank you so much.
Stephen, you know that saying you're a lawyer cuts against you. So
I know.
Thank you. You may proceed.
Thank you.
All right. So Stephen, what I'm going to ask you to do, we are going to bring up, I think Jesper is going to bring up the plan package. And what this is going to be, Council, we should mark this. It's one presentation package that all of my witnesses are going to use here this evening. It is a slide deck composed of plans that came from the plans that were submitted ahead of time, as well as some additional renderings and exhibits. So if it's okay with you, Council, I'd like to have the entire 61-page package marked as Exhibit A2.
Very good. 61 slides. Does it have, I see the Holland Gardens revitalization as the title. Does it have a date on it, Council?
I do believe there's a date of today. Yes, I see it.
Very good. A2, thank you.
Thank you. So Steve, go right ahead and walk us through some of the background of this application and how we got from point A to point B here this evening.
Sure. Thanks, Ben. Good evening, Madam Chair and Commissioners. It is my privilege as the Executive Director of the Jersey City Housing Authority to provide the opening testimony to this presentation. I can tell you in my 35 years of HUD and public housing experience, this revitalization plan is unprecedented. Nowhere in the country, no municipality, no state has ever had this type of a plan. As Ben had indicated, he knew what I was going to testify to. This development is garnering national attention. I go to Washington, D.C., and I have people from Los Angeles and Chicago and other housing authorities wanting to know how this is getting done. In Washington, D.C., the Department of HUD is interested. It is going to be the paradigm for the way you redevelop public housing in the future. I think that people study this in college. So, point of reference, when you are pulling out of the Holland Tunnel entering into Jersey City, if you look to the right, just before the Newark Bay Extension on-ramp, those 3-story garden apartments with the inoperable solar panels, that is Holland Gardens. Everybody knows it as soon as you see, oh yeah, the ones with the solar panels. It was designed in 1939 and construction was completed in 1942. As a result, the design in the structure is obsolete, and it prompted the residents to demand revitalization. It happened about 5 years ago, and the housing authority at that time, we took the position that we were going to treat it as a blank canvas, and we were going to give the residents carte blanche to paint a vision, and the vision is magnificent. There was no pre-chosen developer, there was no preconceived design, and there was very limited input from the housing authority. It was a 6-month resident charrette process. You could see there the sessions 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. And the vision was completely conceived. And the residents, through engagement and participation, told us this is what we want. The residents are very happy with what they did. And quite frankly, I think it's just unbelievable. So in that way, that is the first reason why this is unprecedented, but that is not the only thing. After the vision was created, the housing authority with the residents and the city collaborated to decide who was going to be the development partner. Traditionally, at least in Jersey City, when you select a development partner, it's done exclusively through the housing authority, with housing authority employees as the voting members of that committee. In this situation, we actually had a resident representative from Holland Gardens with voting rights on that committee. In addition, we had a city official with an expertise with voting rights as well. So it was a complete collaboration, never done in Jersey City before with the housing authority. And quite frankly, it's a policy we're going to adopt going forward. Based on the commitment to adhere to this vision, and the selection of world-class professionals and promises made to the housing authority, Wynn Development was selected to be the development partner. Subsequent to the selection, as Bennett indicated, there's been 20 resident meetings, updates, as the vision was being fleshed out and created into the actual development plan. The residents were informed all the time. They are aware of exactly what's in this presentation. They've seen it as it evolved, and it's game changing as far as they're concerned. At the same time, simultaneous with those meetings, we negotiated a 200-page developers agreement that meets the needs and the requirements of the housing authority and the city, including a project labor agreement that promises prevailing wages and union labor, along with a significant financial return for the housing authority. That is the second reason why this is unprecedented. The third reason, the housing authority did not stop there. We adopted national tenant advocacy best practices to create the most robust right of return policy to which all residents are expected to return, all residents. So how does the policy work? First of all, it contemplated and considered the actual family composition of all of my existing families. How many need a 3-bedroom? How many need a 4-bedroom? How many need a 1-bedroom? How many need a 2-bedroom? How many have disabilities? How many are seniors? We incorporated all that in contemplation of making sure that the residents that are returning are going to be right-sized. What that means is the development that you're seeing, the plan you're seeing, is tenant-driven and not finance-driven, not grant-driven. That is unprecedented. that same policy, when we negotiated the agreement, we made it clear that we were going to remove any credit checks for returning families. That's never done. So those families that have left, when they come back, we're not checking their credit to become a resident. They are coming back. And then lastly, pursuant to the Code of Federal Regulations, I am responsible to make sure that the people that come back are in good standing. Well, we got HUD because of COVID. I have a lot of families that are back on their rent to the tune, some from $20,000, $30,000. They would not usually be considered good standing. I had HUD give us the opportunity to allow them to be considered good standing, provided they sign an agreement to promise to pay that back rent back over an extended period of time. All that being said means that these residents are expected to return. So what's being presented? Part of this transaction, currently there's 192 public housing units at the site. There will be one-for-one replacement of those subsidized rental units. In addition to the replacement of those exact 192 units, there's an additional 88 affordable subsidized senior units. So we're expanding the number of affordable units at the site. And as far as rental units, and everybody talks about how many affordable units, this is real affordability. This is the tenant pays a portion of what is already an affordable rent based on their income. That is the type of affordability that this city needs. In addition to the rental units, we have 30 affordable condominiums where you own them. The people who get them are going to own them outright in fee simple. Of the 30, 10 of them come with subsidy, so that my low income residents who I want to give, meet certain criteria, who would never be able to afford a house, I'm going to help them pay their mortgage at the site with subsidy. The other 20 remaining are also affordable in terms of workforce housing. That will include some units being preserved for disabled vets and municipal employees. So that firemen, police, sanitation, teachers, and municipal administrative employees have an opportunity to buy these really subsidized units. It's unheard of. So altogether, that comprises 40% of the overall residential deal. That's true affordability. As Ben mentioned, there's going to be a public library, which we're going to hear about, resident council offices, a community center, commercial space, and housing authority offices as well, so that the authority remains committed to and close by its residents. You will see that, and importantly, it's not just this 40-60 deal. The affordable and the market rate units are equal in design, size, cost, and quality. There is no difference in the units, and they are scattered throughout the entire development. It is important to reiterate, as you hear from the professionals, that the Jersey City Housing Authority remains the owner of the land. We never gave up the land. It provides a ground lease to the developer, Wynn, to build and operate the property to provide affordable housing that goes beyond the standard HUD requirements of decent, safe, sanitary housing. This is vibrant, mixed income, mixed finance community with 40% real affordable units. A place where our residents and more residents can call home. I'm very proud of what you're going to hear tonight, and I really hope you guys are excited as we are. Thank you.
Thank you, Steve. Madam Chair, you are muted.
Sorry, Steve, that was a great presentation.
Thank you.
If I have a follow-up question on your presentation, should I just ask you just that follow-up question?
Sure, please.
Okay, so you mentioned about the back rent.
Mm-hmm.
What factor will be used to calculate the back rent? in addition to the current rent?
So the way it depends on how much is owed and what the residents can actually afford. We have not, I have the tenant receivables at Holland Gardens, like all of my sites, are extensive. HUD does not allow you traditionally to allow tenants to come back that owe back rent. But what we did was we got, because of COVID, that's where this all came from. And it's not the tenants you would think. The really, really low income tenants do not owe any money because their rent is so low that they could afford to pay it. It's more of my tenants that are in the 50, 60, and 80% AMI that could not afford to pay the rent. So those numbers went up quickly, right? I have some tenants that pay $50 a month, which they'll pay at Holland Gardens, the new Holland Gardens. And then I have some tenants that are really close to the market, which might be $2,500. Those are the tenants. I'm talking about 2-bedroom and 3-bedroom. Those are the tenants that owe us money. Some of those tenants owe us between $20,000 and $30,000. So
it's a huge amount.
Yeah, it is. It's significant.
Yeah.
What we do is we go to court, and it's not with the understanding that we want to kick anybody out. I'm not in the business of kicking tenants out. I'm in the business of housing people. But I have to follow the rules of HUD, right? So HUD is very specific. You pay 30% overall of your income to live in housing. That's your portion of the rent. So what we do is we figure out what your rent is and what the back rent is, and we come out with a program to kind of prorate it over anywhere from 3 to 8 years to pay that money back. And then we just divide it by that formula, and then you pay your rent and you pay back what you owe us. The more you owe us, the longer we extend it. And listen, even in some of those transactions, tenants have fallen behind on their back payment. We still work with them. We want everybody back. So
thank you.
That is basically how we get that determination.
Very well. Commissioner Barnaby?
I'm curious about how you guys do the calculation for the affordable condos. I get the 30, 50, 80% of AMI for the rental, but I'm just curious how that is, that number is calculated.
So on the simple ones are the ones where I have the subsidy. I have 10 vouchers for home ownership. Those vouchers operate exactly like rental units. There's a determination as to what the amount of the mortgage payment would be, and those tenants pay 30% of their income. We pay the difference. So those 10 are easy. On the workforce housing side, we haven't really calculated how we were going to get to the affordability. But traditionally in public housing, like we have a home ownership program called Dwight Street. It was basically 25% of the fair market value, with a 10-year requirement that you remain there. And then unlike the 95-5 deals, you own it, you get to sell it for whatever you want. Here, because the value is so significant, it's probably going to be a 15-year program. Stay there for 15 years and then sell it at value so that you build equity. What those numbers are yet, we're not sure. It's going to be based on I know what the fair market value of a 2-bedroom down there is, probably in the 1.2 to 1.3, $1.4 million range.
Yep.
I'm thinking more in terms of, and please don't hold me to this, but I'm thinking more in terms of $300,000 to $400,000 on those other units.
Very interesting. Thank you.
Commissioner Patel?
Yeah. Why cannot you go more higher, to raise the height of the building?
Oh, I'd love to hear that, sir. You tell me to go higher and I'm going.
Yeah, I mean, there are a lot of other high-rise buildings out down there. Why not this one?
Yeah, I mean, the short answer to that is obviously, as you know, since this is a redevelopment plan, we cannot ask for a D height variance. So we are limited to 10 feet above the permitted height and to ask for relief for that. And that's effectively what we're doing to add an additional story. We would have to get a redevelopment plan amendment otherwise, which it just wasn't part of the appetite at the time.
Commissioner Stamato?
Yes. Mike, I got it. I mean, Stephen, I'm sorry. I'm very impressed. So far, I'm very impressed. I feel proud of all your accomplishments and your endeavor on this project.
Thank
I
you.
know
very
I'm
much.
jumping a little bit, but I can't wait to hear the rest of it.
But I will say, Commissioner Stamato, in that vein, there's an awful lot. I have a very big team of architects and engineers and development also, and PS&S has been wonderful. So I take all the credit, even though I don't deserve it.
I don't blame you. I don't blame you at all. You lead the nation. Keep it up.
Thank you.
So, Stephen, I just have a follow-up question.
Sure.
You mentioned that there is no credit check. So what is the process of selecting the tenants?
So the credit check is with regard to, and I apologize if it was a little confusing. I have 190 families that have to come back. They're not getting credit checks. New families that come in, there's obviously and Wynn, who has been in this business a very long time, they are I believe they're the largest affordable management company in the country at this point. What they do in terms of credit checks is not like everybody else. But with my 192, I have families that have terrible credit. They're coming back. So anybody that's there as a public housing resident, they are there and they are coming back no matter what their credit looks like.
So for the new ones coming in, they may have a credit check done?
There is a credit
soft
check
credit
and a
check?
background check because we do as public housing and these are going to be, they're part of our portfolio. They stay in our portfolio. There's criminal background checks. We're obligated, even though those rules are loosening up over the last 20 years, but we have to abide by those criminal background checks. And there is some degree of credit check, but it's not as, what happens is on a really low income resident, their portion is $50. On a regular resident, that's, a family that's making in Jersey City, a family of 4 making $80,000 can get in. That situation, that their rent is higher, right? Because they pay their portion. They have to have credit. It's just one of those things.
Okay. Thank you.
But I did get a waiver for everybody that's already here.
That was once upon a time.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Mr. Wine, who's your
Yes, sure. So my next witness
Thank
is our project architect, Jesper Ryberg.
Jesper?
Hi, Jesper. I'll swear you in. If you could raise your right hand, do you swear any testimony you give tonight is going to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir.
And for the record, can you state and spell your name?
My name is Jesper Ryberg, Jesperryberg.
Thank you.
Ms. Jesper, have we qualified you in the past?
Pardon me?
Have we qualified you in the past?
No,
You want to give us a brief background of yourself?
I would love to. And thank you again, Madam Chair and Madam Vice Chair and the commissioners for taking the time this evening. As I said, my name is Jesper Ryberg, licensed architect in New Jersey and the license is in good standing. I'm educated at Southern California Institute of Architecture, and I've been practicing architecture the last 23 years.
Okay, you're qualified.
Thank you.
And
So
I'm
Jesper,
gonna
go
see
right
if,
ahead.
Pardon me?
I just said go right ahead.
Okay, yeah, I'm just gonna see if I can pick up some speed here so we can stay awake. So I appreciate everybody's time again. First, I want to start with some objectives of the project, what this will do. This project will replace obsolete public housing with a mixed income and mixed use community serving a range of household types. It will provide multiple affordability labels: senior housing, affordable for sale condos, affordable and market rate rentals. It will activate the ground floor with retail and publicly accessible library and community centers. The architecture respects the neighborhood's historic brick character while introducing a contemporary 21st building look. It will reconnect the 15th Street to restore the historic grid and improve pedestrian connectivity between all our neighbors. The project advances Jersey City's Housing Authority's mission and the city's redevelopment goals for the site. This design incorporates the Holland Garden residents' input from the previous vision sessions and surveys. The project, as stated before, will have 753 units, varying from studios to 4-bedroom configurations. The project will include affordable senior and market rate. It will also include affordable condominiums for sale units, in addition to a public library, community building, as well as supporting retail and commercial use. The overall project is approximately 1,223,000 square feet. Our sustainability goals for the project are Energy Star and LEED ND, Neighborhood Development, depending on which building we're discussing. The project will adhere to the latest applicable codes, including full ADA access throughout as required. I just want to get some labels of our site, how we looked at it. This site, as described previously, is divided into two major parcels, the north and the south parcel, with the reconnecting of the 15th Street. We're surrounded by Jersey Avenue, 16th Street, Erie, and the access alley in the back. We're reintroducing the 15th Street, as I mentioned, where all the major entrances to all the buildings will be located. This is where the heartbeat of this project will be. I should also mention that we have a west tower on top of our podium on the north parcel. We have a link, and then we have our east tower. And the north parcel project size is about 1,030,000 square feet. The south parcel consists of the senior building, which is about 111,000 square feet. And in the center, we have a library and community building that is about 2,000 square feet. And then lastly, we have the condominium building at 60,000 square feet. The parking garage located in the center of this parcel will host 385 parking spaces and is accessed off Erie Street since Erie Street is a one-way and the least traffic. The alley access behind this south parcel will provide access to back of house support for all the buildings on the south parcels. The building heights varies between as little as 5 stories for the library and up to 24 stories for the west towers. And this project massing is in line with the Jersey Avenue light rail redevelopment plan, with a couple of minor variances that Mr. Wine brought up before. The unit types varies from studios all the way to 4-bedroom units. The north parcel will have 443 market rate and 178 affordable rental units for a total of 621 units. The south building will have 30 for sale condominiums and 102 affordable senior units. The total project again is 753 units. I should also mention that there are 380 indoor biking spots, as well as randomly placed parking spaces, bicycle parking on the sidewalks at good locations for the retail. But that will be further in testimony. I'm showing this just to give you an image of what's on grade at sidewalk level, basically. I will discuss the full first floor plan in my next slide, but I think this represents how much is raised off the grade. So this plan here will show the same program, but in one view. So this is our first floor plan, where our first floor plan is essentially raised 4.5 feet off the sidewalk level, depending on where you're measuring. It's surrounding the north parcel. We have retail in yellow and commercial as well in yellow. We see a couple of proposed coffee shops, small restaurants, and then additional retails on the corners to take advantage.
Can you zoom in a little bit, please?
Thank you for bringing that to my attention. The main entrance is off 15th Street, and it's located at grade. So we have a very developed flood plan that's been approved by DEP already. So we have active flood mitigations at retail to accommodate and promote activity at street level, but yet providing safety for the building. The orange area here is our parking structure. It's 5 stories, and you enter it off the Erie Street, and you hang a left here for the public, and you hang a right into with gate control up for the residents. The typical floor, or the first floor, is also hosting typical cores, vertical circulations, mail room, package rooms, typical necessities for a building of this capacity. Other key functions that are not so fun to discuss, but they're important, is the refuse. We have a vertical refuse column for the west tower on this side, and then we have one here for the east side, which is the consolidation area as well. So what happens is the trash comes down in a dual trash chute, one for recycling and one for trash, and then it gets transported over electric dolly into the staging area, where it gets packed out either off a loaded onto directly off the loading dock, or with dock leveler rolled out for pickup at the curb. The retail have their own compactor room that is also wheeled over to pickup area, and then the commercial restaurant stuff, they have a separate refuse area to separate the different types of trash and recycling.
Is this city pickup? Is this private pickup?
I don't have the answer to that at this point. I would assume that the city will pick up the resident because it's separated, and that the commercial is picked up by private hauler.
When you said loading off the dock, are you putting in a self-contained unit, a compactor container box?
Yes, sir.
Okay,
Yes,
so
sir.
basically you're looking at what, 2 or what? In one location?
We have one compactor in each area.
Okay.
And then we have 3-yard bins and supporting recycling bins that will be then wheeled over and located here and brought out at pickup day. And we have 2 scenarios depending on which hauler we're going with. So we either have a dock lever for pickup on the street, or the truck pulls into the loading dock and picks directly off the loading dock.
All right.
Okay. The other gray areas here are typical utility spaces. We do have a couple of large apartments on the north side. Again, remind everybody that this is 5 feet above the sidewalk level, so they have privacy and such. Let's see if I can make this bigger. And again, a reminder, on the right here is the senior building with entry at street level. And then as you move in, you either have ADA ramps or steps up, and elevator core support spaces back here again with a loading area, trash compactor that feeds right out. We have generators and utility space. And this is all supported with some minor typical amenities with lounge areas, music, a little office and leasing, fitness, playrooms for grandkids, and then indoor bike storage. You can also notice that all means of egress is above the flood elevation, so you always will have access out of the building. The library first floor is also raised, so either steps up or ramp. You have a little bit of a lobby reception. We have some art galleries and then some pop-up stores with a small lounge. I also want to point out that there's a separate entrance to the community center on the top floor. And then this back of house area here is typical for all the floors. On the condominium building, the first floor is mainly taken up by utilities and support spaces. We have some small amenity areas in green and indoor bike storage. And with that, I like to move up in the building. A lot of these elements in these floor plans are repetitive, so I'm not going to bore you with going over everything repetitively, but I'll point out the differences. So on the second floor, we're now up in the parking structure. We have allocated bike storage for either east and west towers. We have a amenity front of house for co-working areas, leasing, amenity areas of different types. And we're surrounding the parking structure with apartment units. So the parking structure is not visual. You can't see it from any direction. On the senior building, we have a typical floor plan with majority one-bedroom units. There's 3 two-bedroom units. But again, this is a typical stacked floor plate with a small laundry for each on each floor for convenience, and then typical dual trash chutes and building support. On the library, we have some open shelving with the typical categories that you would have in library. We're currently working with the Free Library to create the best library that we can within the means that, and with their collaboration and support. For the condominium, we have 5 two-bedroom units on each floor, and this is a total of 7 stories, 6 residential floors, and then the first floor support. Similarly here, the big difference here is we have some more commercial areas facing the 15th Street to create more life. The rest of this is repetitive. Senior floor is repetitive. The library have more of enclosed spaces, more of classroom styles, storage, and back of house. And on the 4th floor, we have some small office types and amenity spaces for the tenants. and the last bike storage on this level. We're also starting to cut the building back to give the main entry towers and presence, but also to open up the 15th Street from not having a canyon effect and get as much as light and airiness into the street as possible. There's no floor plan of the library here because it's on the next floor, but it's got a different floor-to-floor height, so that's how the plans are laid out. The residential buildings here are typical. And the 5th floor and the last floor of the parking comes to a dead end with a turnaround. And we have some equipment rooms to support the amenities above. And lastly, some small commercial areas for the entry tower. The residential buildings, again, are typical. And the top floor of the library and community building has now the community floor where you enter your own elevator. And it's predominantly taken up by the large community room for community meetings, supported with a small outdoor terrace. And then we have some office space, councils, social service rooms, and a little warming cafe to support the events throughout. The 6th floor is one of my favorite floors. This is where the tower starts to separate themselves. We're pushing the building back in from the property lines, and we have what we call a transitional floor between the podium and the top of the towers. We have some amenity spaces that are typical for a project of this scale, where you can imagining video rooms, gathering areas, pet spas, a commercial laundry, playgrounds, indoor and outdoors. And then on the outdoor deck, amenity deck, we also have playgrounds, outdoor living rooms open to above. We have a tiered stadium seating for the pool. There's a community barbecue areas, and then a green lawn, some pet relief areas, and a garden. While this is all looking out over 15th Street. This also is starting to develop the typical core between the 6 floors that goes all the way up to the 14th floor. This is also where we have the required setback on Erie Street for the senior building. And then, so this floor has a little bit of a difference in it. So these units have a little bit different configuration, but the floors above this will be typical again. The 7th floor is much like the 6th floors, but we have now a floor up with some additional amenities, bigger gathering rooms, restrooms, and large fitness center. And I will show some renderings of this in a minute. 8th floor. Again, not much to show you that you haven't seen. This is the last residential floor of the senior building. The 9th floor, I want to point out that we have an amenity roof for the seniors, direct access with a bathroom upstairs, some garden areas, some raised gardens, and places to gather, play small game boards and stuff like that. This is an area of one of our variances. This is the aperture of the stair tower. And we need to we have a maximum 8 feet here, but we're providing 13. we're providing 8 feet, and we have to provide 13 feet for the height of this. We have since then re-looked at this, and I think we're fairly confident that we can get this down to below the required height. But this is the way it was submitted. This is a typical floor again. I have the floor plates aligned in the section here for clarity. So I will continue running through this. On the 15th floor, we're topping out the Link building with access to the roof from the East Tower. The towers have a great variety in the facade, as you can see, between the balconies and push and pulls to create a lot of depth in the elevations and bring down the scale of the building. This is the 19th floor, where the 2 upper floors of the tower, of the East Tower, is stepped back again to meet the sky in a little bit more gentle fashion. And that's a repetitive feature for the West Tower as well. All the roof apertures are screened with metal screening and stepped away from the roof perimeter at the appropriate heights and setbacks, or stepbacks, I should say. Similarly here, we have that narrower portion of the building at the top floors of the West Tower. And again, very much a repetitive roof plan on the West Tower as the East Tower, with just a centralized penthouse supporting units. Right. Zoom out to this in a little bit, and I will go in a little more in detail. I will speak in a little bit more in length about this elevation. It covers most of the elevation features throughout. And again, I will bring up the differences in the different elevations after this one. And again, in blue here, I have identified one of our variants where we're requesting an additional floor to make the project liable due to Aspire credits that the project is based on. We also have an elevation feature on the Erie side, which abut into the 5-foot step back or a portion of it. The podium level here has a very strong tie to the buildings in the neighborhood, and these 5 stories are topped off with a strong band, as well as the base of that podium is very significant, and there are high attributes in this elevation to make it very special, get life in the streetscape, but also give a comfort at sidewalk level that you don't have these towering buildings falling over you. So there's a presence and a scale for the walkability on the site. Then we have this 2-story 6th and 7th floor that I call the transitional floor, that separates that typical podium architecture from the towers. The towers have a brick vertical elements that is have bands every 3 or 4 floors, again to bring the verticality down and bring scale and proportions to the project itself. The Link is a little bit different, both in materials as well as design, to separate the 2 traditional towers and create variety in the elevation throughout. At the main entrance, we have a building overhang, like a romantic cinema. We have arched windows with high details to bring back on some of that old-fashioned, 100-year-old architecture. There's a lot of different rhythms in these elevations to create variety and bring down the scale. And then we have the prominent main entry towers with supporting I call them the children towers. So these are stair towers that are coming out, but carrying the same attributes and design features. Now, some of the back of house spaces will be treated in similar fashion to blend in with the facade and to enhance the pedestrian experience. I think that's and here are the little step backs that I mentioned before that steps backs on the upper 2 floors to just get a gentle how the bend get the building to meet the sky in a gentler fashion. There are some light fixtures throughout the facades with wall sconces, highlighted perimeter lighting in archways, some downlights that are cut off for the fly beams in the setbacks. And then we have some ground mounted deck lights in the amenity roof just to create some ambiance. Some of the major materials are the majority of the project is a traditional dark red brick veneer with darker accents throughout. And then we have a variety of different types of panel system, whether they're fiber cement panels or metal panel systems, depending on where it's appropriate. And I will point these out throughout the elevations when we get to the colored renderings.
So Jesper, I was going to ask you actually, I think if what we can do just in the interest of time is if we can jump to page 30 and kind of look through the renderings as it puts these elevations into perspective.
Thank you. I think we just went over this in fairly detail. So here's a aerial shot of the proposed main entry tower, playgrounds, living rooms, the tiered seating for pool areas, and then this step down that's cut back to get more airiness into the 15th Street. We got the podium articulation and the separation between the podium and the upper towers. And again, a lot of rain gardens at the street texture, outdoor seating, or just create a lot of life, street trees. Here's another view of the north or south sides. There's the same for the east and west towers, and then the link is a little bit in a different character to create some separation. Here is the extent of that elevation feature that we seek we have variance for, and here you can see how this is broken down, the corners. We have a lot of translucency in the corners again to get the corners to meet the sky in a much softer way than a big bulky building. The bands, the datums are tied in between the south parcel and the north parcel, both at the 5th or the 6th floor and the 2nd floor. Here's a couple of samples of our loading docks for back of house, loading dock for the residents, and the oh, sorry, my apologies. This is the garage entry, this is the loading dock, and this is the resident move in, move out. a repeat of the different variety of these different materials throughout to break this whole neighborhood down into smaller portions for just scale and comfort. We've got a sample of some screening, as indicated on drawings before. The south parcel, a little bit more rhythmic, a little bit more organized and sorted to respect the residential use and the more repetitive units size and types, and stay true to that old warehouse district that used to be here back in the day. And it's a little bit of a yin yang pattern going on where we have a little bit more brick in the bottom and a little bit more panels on top, but the two materials are married together. The library is a little bit different for the reasons they're obvious, its function and its use. A lot of open glazing on the north side, very comfortable light. It's not disruptive light, not destructive light either. And we have a little bit of the outdoor terrace. Again, brick is the main portion of it, but we have a little bit more of a black panels to give it a little bit more of a presence and weight of the importance in the community. And then we have green roofs throughout the buildings. Again, here's covered areas for comfort to wait for a pickup or get dropped off at the drop-off zone. And that is the conclusion of my testimony. And I will take any kinds of questions if you have any.
Thank you, Jesper.
Commissioner Stamato?
Yes, question I have, I pointed out elevators. I saw on the floors that they go up basically up to the rooftop, or you have to go upstairs?
Oh, for the amenity roof?
Yes.
We have two elevators there, so you have elevator access to the roofs.
So all the floors basically in this project are elevators and stairs combination?
Yes, they all elevators and stairs, both of them.
And my final question is, why did you come up with the two chutes versus, let's say, one chute? Well,
because I don't believe in the fact that people will put the stuff where they belong. So if you have one for recycling and one for trash, it just increases our chances. How's that?
Very good. No, just curious.
Yep. And I also wanted to point out we have balconies, and our balcony railings are less than 2 inches above the surface of the balconies.
What about drains?
That answers your question right there.
Madam Chair,
I was going to touch on that one. I couldn't let that one go, but you know,
I prepped him if you couldn't tell.
What
I'd
about
like to do my
balcony drains?
research.
How are you doing on back? Yeah, good, very good, very impressed. Balcony drains. What are you doing about that? Water, any type of water buildup on the balconies?
They're drain off the balconies.
They'll drain off. In other words, go right off the balcony.
Yep.
Commissioner Kaplan?
I mean, first of all, tremendous presentation, tremendous building. Definitely not cookie cutter. A lot of thought went into it, and it shows. So thank you for that. A couple questions, and please, Councilor Wine, if it's not appropriate for the architect, please redirect me to the. I'll hold the question. But regarding 15th Street, it was mentioned that's kind of going to be dedicated to the city. Is that going to be under the maintenance responsibilities of the city, or is that going to be maintained, kept clean, plowed, et cetera?
Yeah, I'll address that, Commissioner. So that is going to be a full public right of way. It's going to belong to the city and be part of their maintenance plan. This has been cleared already with the Division of Transportation. I'm sorry. We did speak to them about it. You will see there are improvements being made, like to pedestrian infrastructure and whatnot, that is likely going to be maintained in some capacity by building maintenance just organically, because it really, a lot of it services the building, but it will be a public right of way. So snow removal, plowing, things of that nature will be the responsibility of the city.
Great. Has this application been discussed with the Department of Public Works for that maintenance?
Yeah, I believe they sat in on one of the initial conversations. Don't quote me on that, because I can't remember if it was DPW or just Division of Transportation. But if not, it will of course be coordinated.
Yeah, I think we should definitely, I don't believe it, to me, it's a concern about moving this application forward, but just to follow up to tonight's conversation to speak to the DPW about materials or exact things to ensure the maintenance ability is baked into the design.
Of course.
And then I guess the other question is kind of, maybe I should have asked this during the site plan, so apologies, but just going through the transportation memo, there was a couple of, comments about curb ramp design, sidewalk width, things like that. Just, can you confirm if all of those comments and things in those memos were addressed?
I can, and if you're more comfortable, our next witness can confirm it as well.
Okay, I'll be very excited for that. Thank you.
Ben, I have a question I just want to ask you. You've gone over this with MUA as far as utilities and everything else?
We've been in discussions with MUA as well as PSE&G, and we've been getting guidance from them. And obviously, it's a moving target. But right now, we have provided utility rooms and locations where they guided us to.
All right, good. Okay, thank you.
Any other board comments
No.
before we move on to?
No.
Okay, can we move on to our next witness?
Sure. So he's going to be quick, our civil engineer, Mark Cifelli.
Good evening.
I'm Mark. I'll swear you in. If you can raise your right hand. You swear any testimony you give tonight is going to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
And for the record, can you state and spell your name?
Sure. It's Mark Cifelli, MarkCif as in Frank, ELLI.
Thank you.
Mrs. Cifelli, is your license current and in good standing?
Yes, it's I'm licensed in New Jersey. It is active and in good standing.
Okay, you may proceed.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So, Mark, I'd like you to hit on the subdivision plan, the street vacation, as well as the phasing plan, and also confirm, obviously, your plans were pretty comprehensive that were submitted, but confirm that that the utilities are going to function as they should, as well as the landscaping, lighting, and stormwater management.
Sure. So the first screen here, I do have an existing aerial view. This does show the existing 5 buildings, and there's about 34 parking spaces on the property, so significantly less than we will propose. You see all the surrounding streets and the vacated right-of-way, which was vacated prior to the current Holland Gardens. We provided a subdivision plan. This is to create the 3 separate lots, which is 2 development lots and 1 60-foot wide right-of-way. To break up the property, which is currently about 3.3 acres. Creating these lots, there are no deviations, so they're all in accordance with the redevelopment plan. And that's about it for the subdivision. The next slide here, I have a rendered version of the site plan improvements. So Jesper covered the building. The building is majority of the development lots. So site-wise, most of my improvements are essentially public improvements. So we're replacing all the sidewalks, creating curb bump outs that were coordinated with the traffic division. And the big thing is we're recreating 15th Street. So it's going to be a east to west one-way street through the center of the property. That gives us access to the proposed entrances to the buildings. It's been designed in a way that was per the guidance of the Division of Transportation to minimize potential traffic speeds. So we've kept it to minimal widths. We have the center of the roadway is raised, which gives us some loading and drop off areas for the fronts of the buildings. We've incorporated green infrastructure throughout the roadway. So we have a series of small bioretention basins, which gives a benefit to stormwater management as well as just aesthetic appeal to the frontage. We do have a right-only exit onto Jersey Avenue, and that was also per direction of the traffic division. We're maintaining the existing alleyway that runs on the south side of the property. That'll remain one way also from east to west. That's the same way it currently runs. There is one deviation required with this alleyway. We're maintaining the existing position, which is less than 10 feet from the property line. So we're not able to provide a 10-foot landscape buffer as required. So that's one of the deviations we are asking for. Another deviation we have would be for the main entrance to the parking garage, which Jesper mentioned. This is off of Erie Street, which is one way from south to north. The curb cut to that driveway is 26 feet wide, where 20 feet wide is permitted, which is a deviation. Typically, a two-way access road is more like 24 feet. 26 gives some area to move and make turning movements into the garage, which is why we asked for that deviation. And then the last one in that area is the size of the loading space. The ordinance requires 40 by 10, where we have 32 by 12, so slightly wider, but a little bit shorter. The loading dock would serve for move-ins, which are anticipated to be small moving trucks that would be coordinated with the building managers for move-ins. We'd have street trees proposed throughout. We are short on the number of trees, so the ordinance requires 1 for 25 feet of frontage, which would be a total of 72 trees. We are proposing 41. That's a little bit limited based on existing utilities. So the frontage does have overhead electric on 3 sides. So that limits the size and number of trees. And then we have obviously our utility connections and our loading spaces that we can't have trees. So we would be proposing to make a payment to the tree funds to fund the difference of the balance of trees. Lighting is being proposed throughout. It's all LED downward facing lighting. We have matched the fixtures that are across the street on the lofts for a kind of uniform look throughout this area. We do have a variance, or actually a design waiver associated with the lighting here. The ordinance only allows 0.5 foot candles to project beyond the property line, being that our building is essentially at the property line and we need to light the public sidewalks. We're proposing a foot candle of 3, which is important for safety and security of residents and the public in the area. So we feel that's a very much justified waiver. In terms of grading and stormwater management, we do have full DEP approval from the flood hazard area division. So we are completely in a flood zone, elevation 11. Our residential bases are primarily at elevation 12, which is as approved by DEP. And any of the spaces associated with them at the ground level have been wet flood proofed. So they have flood vents that allow water to flow in and out. That's per DEP requirements. The retail commercial spaces are all dry flood proofed, so they are completely watertight, also as required and approved by DEP. DEP also reviewed our full stormwater management design here. So we have a number of green infrastructure improvements. So we have, as you can see in green here, these are all green roofs. So we have a significant area of green roofing here that serves towards the stormwater management. It's approximately 19,000 square feet. We also have porous pavement along the alleyway, so that will treat the water before it discharges. And then we have an underground infiltration basin below the parking level that will recharge and infiltrate stormwater from the rooftop. In terms of utilities, all the typical stuff here. So obviously we have sewer, water, gas, and electric. Sewer per coordination with the JCMUA, is all going to be tying into Jersey Avenue, which is a combined sewer. They preferred it to tie into there so that in the future, if the sewer was to be separated, it makes that much easier and efficient. Water, gas, primarily all tying into Jersey Avenue. We do have some stormwater discharge to 16th Street, but the bulk of it goes to Jersey, and that's to maintain existing drainage patterns. There are some proposed improvements to the water infrastructure that we're working with the MUA on, and PSE&G will be handling the proposed electric to the building and any infrastructure improvements with that. As we mentioned earlier, we are proposing to phase the project here, construction phasing. So we're proposing 3 phases, 4 if you count demolition, which would be done at the onset of construction. Phase 1 would be construction of 2 of the buildings on the south parcel. So it would be the senior building and the library structure, as well as many of the site infrastructure improvements. So we would have all of our utilities that would serve the south building, sidewalks infrastructure, the alleyway, and the some level of 15th Street. It would probably be base pavement until the north tower is done. But the infrastructure that serves the south building would be primarily built in phase 1. Phase 2 would be the remainder of the south parcel, which is the condominium building. And then phase 3 would be the north tower or the north building. So we have all the remaining final touches on the site improvements would be obviously phase 3. Once the building is closed up and it can safely be constructed. So I think I hit on all of the site-related deviations in my testimony. We do have a planner that will discuss the deviations in more detail. That's it for my direct testimony, if there's any questions.
Thank you, Mark.
Commissioner Kaplan?
Thank you for the testimony, Mark. Can you just respond to the transportation memo? I think you generally they're reviewing earlier iterations of the plan, but just confirm that all those comments were incorporated into the design.
Yes, and we would continue to coordinate with them. We do have to incorporate a few additional bump outs that they requested. So at either side of 16th Street. They also did want testimony on, there was one sign detail on our plan. I think it was a no trespassing sign. So the alleyway is to remain private. So that would have just a sign to prevent public from utilizing that roadway. But as we mentioned, 15th Street is completely public roadway with full pedestrian and vehicular access, as well as bicycle parking exterior to the building.
Thank you. So just to confirm my understanding, you've accommodated a majority of the comments, and anything that isn't, you're open to as a condition. You'll work through.
Correct. Yes, definitely. We'll continue to work with them.
Great. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other board comments?
No.
Okay, can we move on to the planner?
Sure. So assuming I'm not going to try to find my traffic engineer in the storm, I will turn it over to Kate Keller, our professional planner.
Sure. Thank you, Ben.
Hi, Kate. I'll swear you in.
Okay,
Raise your hand. Do you swear any testimony you give tonight is going to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
And for the record, can you state and spell your name?
Sure. My name is Kate Keller. Keller is my last name.
Thank you.
Keller, have you testified you in the past?
Not this year. I think the last time would have been, last October. But yes, several times in the past.
Is your license current and in good standing?
Yes, it is.
Okay, you may proceed.
Okay, great. So yes, thank you.
Kate, did you want to take the screen, or you want me to?
Yeah, I thank you, Mark. I can share my own screen. And I'm just going to. I know we've heard a lot of testimony tonight, and we're getting late, but I just want to make sure that we cover a lot of everything that we need to cover tonight. So thanks again. I hope everyone can see this. So good evening, Madam Chair, commissioners, professionals. I'm here tonight. I'm a professional planner with the firm of Phillips Price Gregel Laney Keller LLC, based in Hoboken, New Jersey. I'm a principal with the firm. So I've already been qualified, so I won't go too into my credentials, but I am a licensed professional planner. And so, tonight I am here to really review the planning aspects of this proposal. You've heard from our prior witnesses that we're here seeking preliminary final major subdivision a major site plan approval with a few deviations and variances. So tonight I'm going to focus on how the proposal implements the planning objectives of the redevelopment plan in which it is located, and also why our requested deviations satisfy the statutory criteria for approval. So I did prepare a presentation. I'm going to move through it fairly quickly, just given the late hour and all the testimony you've heard tonight. But as you are aware, we are here tonight concerning the transformation of the existing 1940s era Holland Gardens public housing complex. This is all going to be in accordance with the resident-driven vision for mixed income, mixed use, inclusionary neighborhood developed in partnership with the Housing Authority. As you can see in these exhibits, the neighborhood has experienced a lot of reinvestment over the last 2 decades. And as Commissioner Patel duly noted earlier, this site is now one of the few remaining underutilized sites in the area. And so, the time has come between all of the changes that have been happening and all of the residents' needs to really bring this site up to make it really not even just comparative to the rest of the neighborhood, but really make it the best that we think the best. So, just to give one more of the context of the public-private partnership, this is the culmination of that multi-year planning process, began in 2019, 2020 by the Housing Authority. Then the redevelopment plan, the Jersey City Light Rail Station redevelopment plan was amended in 2021. Then the RFQ and RFP were put out, and then Wind Companies was selected in 2023. And I mentioned this, not just to go through the history again, but because we are requesting a number of deviations and variances that, in my opinion, are minor in nature in comparison to the overall goals of the plan, and particularly when you consider that the ordinance predates, Wind's involvement with the site by several years. So the vision was truly just conceptual in nature at the time of that redevelopment plan amendment. And so just to speak quickly about this consistency with the Jersey Avenue Light Rail redevelopment plan, and more particularly the Holland Gardens overlay bonus. In addition to aligning with the resident vision, this project you have before you tonight improves the site design and circulation, enhances the public realm, makes huge improvements to the pedestrian environment, like along 15th Street, as you heard, by reconnecting the street grid. Facilitates mixed-use development, and is particularly affordable and mixed-income housing opportunities. So again, I'm not going to go through the details of the proposed development, but you have before you approximately 750 units, 40% of which is affordable, which is a really, really great ratio. I see a lot of projects. I do see very few in Jersey City or anywhere in the state that have these kind of affordability numbers. So that's really exciting. You've heard from Jesper and our prior witnesses all about the residential and retail components, and we have our pretty pictures and our layouts. So I will just continue to go through my slides here. We are requesting subdivision approval. Again, this is really just necessary to dedicate the restored 15th Street right-of-way to reestablish that historic street grid in conjunction with how it's envisioned in the redevelopment. So to get to the crux of my presentation tonight, we are requesting some deviations. It looks like maybe a lot when you see them on the screen, but I think that you can agree that they are all relatively minor in nature considering the overall scale of this project. And per section X.3 of the redevelopment plan, this board, as you are aware, may grant deviations from the plan when the purposes are advanced, the benefits outweigh the detriments, and the applicant can demonstrate that there's no substantial detriment to the public good, and there's no substantial impairment or to the intent and purpose of the redevelopment plan. And the same also goes for the several deviations we have from your land development ordinance, but just sub in land development ordinance for redevelopment plan. So just briefly, we are requesting maximum building height for the north parcel for all of the 3 separate components on the north parcel, as well as the percentage of the building height that is above the statutory limit. And so as you've heard, this is basically 1 floor over for each of the west tower, the east tower, and the link, going from 23 to 24, 18 to 19 feet, but requesting also an increase in height in feet by about 5.5 to 9 feet. So all of that is under the statutory threshold for a D variance, of course. So we are requesting bulk C variance relief here. And in my opinion, this can be granted under the C2 criteria, each of these height variances for both the number of stories and feet. Essentially, this is a large scale, huge project. You've heard all the thought that went into it, all of the details. And in addition to the typical city land use requirements, we also had to consider, the community benefits agreement that's involved, and then additional regulation and review by both HUD, state agencies, and also, just a lot of coordination with a lot of different agencies here. So because of that, This design process has been through a lot of iterations since the initial vision plan. And the additional story on the north parcel and the additional height associated with it are really intended, to skip through, really the nitty-gritty of it. This allows the project to maintain the overall residential program, maintain all the community benefits, including those for sale condos, the library, senior housing, new replacement of all the 1-for-1 public housing units, while also satisfying all of the varying agency and financial requirements associated with the project. So in my opinion, this is an overall net benefit. It's not out of character with the surrounding area. No changes to the building footprint, no changes to the parking supply were really required, and we don't need a variance from that. And so, I think it's comparable, like, as I said, to existing and approved development. And I think that effectuating the redevelopment plan means that the benefits here substantially outweigh the detriments. Similarly, as you heard from our architectural testimony, we also need a variance for this minor step back on Erie Street for not continuing the 5 feet above the entire facade. As you can see here, it's sort of that light gray white image in the middle of the screen. And so this is really only a limited kind of elevation feature. It's a limited architectural projection. And I think this represents a better planning alternative here. It introduces facade articulation. It has a little bit of usable living area and maintains the overall intent of the streetscape design without having any, in my opinion, negative visual impacts that would otherwise be associated with lack of a step back. But we also have a deviation from the redevelopment plan, as Mr. Cifelli mentioned, for the rear landscape buffer. This is kind of a unique situation because we do have that alley, as you can see zoomed in on the screen here. The existing alley is being retained, so we can't provide the landscape strip here. Landscaping would otherwise compromise the usability of this area because it does directly abut the commercial properties on 14th Street here. So, we've in lieu of that, we've provided comprehensive landscaping throughout the remainder of the site and have significant improvements to the public realm. And I think that those, really outweigh any of the potential detriments and don't have any impact on the master plan or the goals of the redevelopment plan. And then in terms of a few of the variances we need from the land development ordinance, garage is actually still from the redevelopment plan, my bad. But here, just if you're really quickly, deviation to permit a 26-foot curb cut at one point, where 20 feet is the maximum permitted. The idea here is that it can safely accommodate two-way vehicles while avoiding the need for a second driveway. And, in our opinion, the visual difference is negligible, especially given that the actual, opening is only going to be 22 feet. And the overall scheme here will improve circulation patterns throughout the site. And then going to the LDO, minimal dimensions for off-street loading. We are requesting a variance there where 40 feet is required. We're proposing, I think, 32 feet. And I think this is appropriate size for this urban mixed-use context. This building will be very thoroughly managed by its operators, and there will not be, it will be able to accommodate appropriate loading where safely and conveniently. Next is the minimum setback for that rooftop appurtenance, the stair tower on the senior building. It's really dictated by the interior configuration. I think it's de minimis given the building context. And again, this is just one of those things where, there was no way of really figuring this out 5 years ago. And so we are seeking a variance, but we do think it's minor in nature. And then finally, as Mr. Cifelli also mentioned, we do need a variance for the maximum lighting intensity at the property lines. Proposed streetscape lighting will exceed that 0.5-foot candles. And again, I think this is appropriate for these limited locations where we exceed it. It's an active urban streetscape. It will enhance safety and security. It will not have an adverse impact on neighboring properties due to the nature of the surrounding development. So in conclusion, my planning opinion as a professional planner is that under the redevelopment plan and the land development ordinance, these deviations will not cause substantial detriment to the public good, nor substantial impairment to the intent and purpose of either of those documents. And I think that all of the above can be granted in accordance with those applicable standards. This proposal, there's a lot of text here, but I'll sum it up. This proposal implements the longstanding vision for the site that was established by the residents and JCHA. And all through that public planning process, it replaces obsolete public housing with a modern mixed income community, reconnects the street network and improves pedestrian circulation, and most importantly, expands affordable housing and integrates the project with the surrounding neighborhood. So in conclusion, I think that all of the deviations and the approvals requested tonight can be granted and that the application should be approved. That marks the end of my testimony. I'm happy to take any questions if needed.
Thank you, Kate.
Thank you, Kate.
Is there any board comments?
No,
Wow, that presentation was pretty good.
very good. Yes.
At this time, can you stop sharing your screen, please?
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes.
It's okay. At this time, I would like to open to the public. Is there anyone from the public who would like to comment on this project?
If
Can we stop sharing the screen?
Oh,
I'm sorry, that's Mark. You're still sharing your screen as well.
Oh, really? Okay, I'll close it.
And if there's no one from the public, I'd like to close the public portion.
Second that.
We have a second?
Second it.
Okay, public is closed. This is Sophia.
Hi, everyone.
Still sharing the
How do I-
screen?
how do I
Yeah,
close?
Mark, you gotta.
Should just be the X on the top or something.
That. That's not it. Is it on the screen, maybe?
At the bottom of the Zoom call, there should be that arrow that says share. If you click on that and then
Yeah. So I did that. Move into watch your settings. F11. That's it.
I mean,
I'll call back. I'll call
there
back
we
in.
go. We got
There
it.
you go.
We got it.
Hey, good.
Okay.
All right.
Sophia?
Sorry about that.
Good evening, everyone. I'll keep it short. Staff agrees with the applicant's testimony, and I don't have many additional comments. It was a pleasure to review this project and see how the site will transform into a development substantially more beneficial for the residents of Holland Garden and also the city as a whole. I appreciated the attention to detail throughout the review process and the preservation of the existing affordable units, the addition of more affordable units and senior affordable units, design of community space and incorporation of commercial spaces, and more all contribute to furthering the goals of the redevelopment plan and the master plan. When it concerns the variances associated with this development, it's clear that they allow the project to make it happen when it concerns funding, and also allows the project to be more well designed and meet the needs of the future residents for this development. I will ask that the applicant agree to the conditions of approval in the memo dated June 28, 2026, which also includes incorporating Jersey City's review agent comments. I know that was a concern mentioned earlier.
Yes, and we take no exception to any of those conditions.
Okay, and with that, staff recommends approval.
Thank you. I'd like to entertain a motion. We'll take a motion to for case 11.
Yep.
Case B 2026-0184.
I'd like to make a motion to approve case P 2025-0184 as presented to the board tonight.
Second it.
So Vice Chair Commissioner Wick,
Aye.
Commissioner Stamato,
Yes, most definitely. I love making history. Yes.
Commissioner Patel,
Aye.
Commissioner Barnaby,
They had me at 40% affordable housing. Yes, yes, yes.
Commissioner Capers,
Aye.
Commissioner Conaway,
Aye. You guys did a great job on redefining what affordability could really look like.
Commissioner Kaplan,
Yeah, tremendous project overall, from the process, the engagement, to the design, to the affordability. I know this is the subdivision, but for a strong eye.
Commissioner Councilperson Little,
This is an amazing project. I'm so excited to see it get built, and I just want to thank everyone who worked on it. I proudly vote aye.
and Chair Gangadin.
Aye.
Motion carries, all in favor.
I'd like to entertain a motion for case B 2025-0185.
I'd like to make a motion to approve case P2025-0185 as presented to the board this evening with staff recommendations and conditions.
Second it.
Vice Chair Commissioner Wick.
Yeah, I mean, kind of going off of what everyone else said, this is a beautiful building for an even more beautiful use. I think it's just like outstanding, and I wish every application was like this. So I vote aye.
Commissioner Stamato.
I don't know what I can say, except that this was done by a number of people, but not mostly, but I'm very impressed that Jersey City residents that live there had something to say about it too. So definitely I vote aye.
Commissioner Patel.
Yeah, it is one of the best projects so far I've seen since joining the Planning Commission. I vote aye.
Commissioner Barnaby.
Aye.
Commissioner Capers.
Dog, aye.
Commissioner Conaway.
Aye.
Commissioner Kaplan.
Without a single hesitation or reservation, a strong aye.
Commissioner Councilperson Little.
Aye.
And Chair Gangadin.
I want to thank each and every one of you for this detailed presentation. In my opinion, this project is really a master class, a masterpiece that represents modern urban planning. 40% affordable housing is unheard of. I must also say, brilliant execution on blending the community needs, safety and well-being as well, with library, community center, senior living, condo living, other amenities never heard of. I can't wait to see the completion of this project. I think the variance requested is minimal and does not cause any detriment to the public well-being. So my vote is a big aye. Congratulations.
Motion carries, all in favor.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Now I'd like to move on to resolutions.
Yes, let me just put them up here real quick. Alrighty. Okay, applicant Michael and Claudia, can you hear me? Okay, good. Applicant Michael and Claudia Case for preliminary and final major site plan amendment with C variances, 87 Bright Street, Jersey City, New Jersey, block 13905, lot 12, case number P2024-0088. The original case number was P18-120, decided on June 30th, 2026, memorialized July 28th, 2026. Applicant Newport Associates Development Company for extension of interim use approval 770 Washington Boulevard, Jersey City, New Jersey, block 7302, lots 3.17 and 3.20, formerly lots 3.11, case number P2026-0062. Applicant 141-143 Oxford Ave LLC for subdivision approval 141-143 Oxford Avenue, Jersey City, New Jersey 07304, block 19301 lot 4, case number P2025-0087. Applicants Liberty 411 LLC and 413 Liberty LLC for subdivision approval 411 and 413 Liberty Avenue, Jersey City, New Jersey 07308, block 2503 lots 40 and 41. That's case number P2025-0269. Applicant Newport Associates Development Company for 1-year extension of preliminary major site plan approval 770 Washington Boulevard, formerly 150 River Drive, Jersey City, New Jersey, block 7302, lots 3.05, 3.16, 3.17, 3.19, 3.20, and 3.21. Formerly lots 3.11, 3.12, 3.16, 3.18, and 3.05, and that's case number P2026-0094. Applicant Pulte Homes of New Jersey, Limited Partnership for amended Port Liberté Master Plan approval block 27503, lot 15, 200 Chapel Avenue, which was case 2024-0229. Applicant Pulte Homes of New Jersey, limited partnership for preliminary and final major site plan approval and interim use approval, block 27503, lot 15, 200 Chapel Avenue, case P2024-0182.
Can I get a second?
Second.
Okay.
Roll call, please.
On a motion to approve, Commissioner Barnaby. Just gotta unmute.
Commissioner Barnaby.
I think she must be on another call.
My mouse
Okay,
is
that's
frozen. Sorry, aye.
Commissioner Kaplan.
Aye.
Councilperson Elena Little.
Aye.
Commissioner Conway.
Aye.
Commissioner Patel.
Aye.
Commissioner Capers.
Aye.
Commissioner Stamato.
Aye.
Commissioner Vice Chair Wick.
Aye.
And Madam Chair Gungadin.
Aye.
Okay, motion carries all in favor to memorialize resolutions.
Thank you. Thank you all for staying up this late.
Thank you,
Any
Madam
executive
Chair.
session?
Think we're good?
Think we're good?
We're good.
Okay.
Good
Can I get the
tonight,
motion
yeah.
to adjourn then?
I make the motion that we adjourn.
Second.
Okay.
Okay. Good night, everyone.
Good night,
Good night,
everyone.
Everybody, good night.
Good
Take
job,
care.
everyone.
Good
Good night,
night.
everybody.
Good job,
Stay safe.
Sabato. Good job.
Good, my
Good
man.
job.
You too.
Yeah.
Good night.